Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to all of you to the training session that the Jobs Fund has scheduled for this morning. Please be advised that you're all going to be muted. There's quite a large attendance at this meeting, and so to make sure that things go smoothly and we don't have interruptions with people perhaps forgetting to mute their microphones, etc., etc. Everybody's muted. However, in this session, we are going to encourage that you submit your questions in the chat. There'll be a team of people who will try to respond to your questions. Each presenter will also, at the end of their presentation, make sure that all questions have been answered. And also, if there are still a few burning questions, please type it in and they will try to respond. And that is the way we will proceed through the whole day. So you are muted. You are able to post your questions in the chat. The presentation will be shared at the end of the day. All those who have registered, we have sent you a case study to work through, and that case study is going to be used as the example today as we take you through the practicals of how to complete your application form. From our previous session and previous funding rounds, we've prepared a frequently asked questions document. You will find that on our website, and also if you register on the Praxis site, you will also find answers to those questions. The other reason why we like for you to type in your questions is because then we can also understand, or we can ask for clarification. We can answer those questions, and the chat can be made available after the training session, and you can reflect on that, and we can also update our frequently asked questions document. So those were some of the way in which we're going to conduct ourselves today. I will repeat myself and extend a very, very warm welcome to everybody who's going to make the time to participate. I hope that this is a useful session for you, and it will allow you to successfully complete your applications. I'm Najwa Ali Idris, and I am the head of the Jobs Fund, and I'm responsible for this program of work that is made available through the National Treasury. Next slide, please. Right. So last week we had a briefing session, and the briefing session was just really to provide an overview of what is in our term sheet, and of course the term sheet essentially sets out the areas of focus. We're focusing on the green economy and the informal economy. We also went through the application process, our criteria, and we've provided some examples of what a successful application could look like. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the reminder of our application process. We've opened up the call for proposals. All of you are here because you've seen that, and thank you very much for responding so positively. Now, as we are going through this, you are going to start preparing your application form. You are going to the first section there is about to determine whether you're eligible or not. And if you completed that section, you would have received an immediate response indicating whether you were eligible or not. We've already seen people attempting multiple times to submit an application, and I guess it's as you work your way through what the eligibility criteria is, right? Then there's also the detail. Once you've gone through the first gate around the eligibility, there's the detailed application form, and the application form requests of you to submit and upload documentation. So that is during the application process. That process then closes, right, on the 5th of June. So as you know, this is a challenge fund and we work on challenge fund principles. And so there's a competition and all applications are assessed against each other, right? So it's a very hard close on the 5th of June at 3 o'clock. No applications will be received after that. And let me just forewarn you, right? Because this is done on an electronic platform, in the past, we would have people come back to us and say, no, we did submit our form. Because you have an identity on the platform, we can actually determine whether you submitted at 3 o'clock, at 3:05, at 3:10, at 3:30, right? So there's fairness in that and there's transparency in that. I'm also going to say to all of you, please try your very best to start completing the application form. Often, and the tips that they gave people in the previous session was do it in Word and then copy it across, continue to save your work. There's a lot of detail that is being asked of you. And what we're really saying to you is think about how you're going to implement this program, right? With this intervention of yours. What is your theory of change? What are all the activities you are going to undertake? What are the important and critical activities that will allow you to get to the outcome that you would like to achieve? And how do you cost that? Right? So that is the way the application form has been set up. So you will go through the questions, but intuitively at the end of that process, you really would have a good application to submit. Once you submit that application, right, we will review again of those people who came through, those applicants who came through the first gate. We will again review whether you are eligible or not in terms of what you have submitted, right? You will be advised within a period of between 6 and 8 weeks for the longest whether you were eligible or not, right? And then for those who are eligible, now the detailed appraisal starts. The team in the Jobs Fund that comprises of project managers, legal specialists, financial analysts, monitoring and reporting specialists, each application is assigned a team of people to appraise your application. They are also going to make contact with you, and there's going to be a due diligence process. In the term sheet and when you go onto our website, right, you will even see there at this stage the due diligence requirements that we ask of you and that we will be undertaking. There will be physical site visits and there will be verification of documents. Once we've done all of this, right, so there's that first the first cut of looking at the documentation and assessments, and there might be questions from my team. Your information then is assessed by a technical evaluation committee, right? That technical evaluation committee comprises of external experts in various fields, and they will make recommendations, right? They will make recommendations to an investment committee. The investment committee is an independent committee. So we as the Jobs Fund, myself, I am on the investment committee. However, my team, they present to the investment committee. None of the staff within the Jobs Fund have the ability or the authority to make a decision about which projects to fund and which projects not to fund. In that way, we try to we make sure there is a segregation of responsibilities. And also then to ensure that there can't be undue influence. And we just try to protect our staff and we try to protect the integrity of your application. I also want to say to you, when we submit to the investment committee, not only do we do the appraisal and we write up the appraisal of your project, but we also provide the investment committee a copy of your application form. So they, together with the technical evaluation committee, can for themselves appraise and see whether they agree with what the Jobs Fund's recommendations are or not, right? To support it or not. Once there is a decision made to to allocate grant funding to a particular application, you are advised, and you will also be advised on the time frame within which you will have to contract. Now, template grant agreements, due diligence, documents, everything that we are going to ask of you, that is already been communicated on our website, right? So you know all of these things, and you're going to submit excellent project implementation plans with budgets, so that when the decision is made that you have been approved for funding, there's going to be a very short window, up to probably only about a month, right? Whereby we want to contract. We must remember that we've walked the journey with you. You must be ready, and so we will contract. Once we have contracted with you, we now have the detailed project implementation plan, the budgets. We will make an assessment of what your first quarter requirements are, and you will then put into a ring-fence project bank account your match funding contribution, but only for that quarter, and then we will match that as well. And the reason we do that is that we don't want a project to be cash starved, right? We want you to be able to get on with it. And thereafter, there will be quarterly drawdowns. The quarterly drawdowns will depend on you achieving your 80% of the targets that you have set for that quarter, that you have provided all the evidence to support your claims. The reporting is done online on the grant management system, and then your funds will be dispersed. Now, the period within which funds are dispersed from the time when you submit your quarterly report, all of that will be made available to you in a document, and that's the kind of the jobs fund operating procedures, right? So there's no questions about when will we get paid. There's no uncertainty about that. You create certainty by submitting your evidence, by achieving 80% of the targets. You actually create your own certainty, right? So once we've now got contracts, we have the first advanced disbursements, then we go into the quarterly performance, you're into implementation, and every quarter we disburse funds to you based on, as I said, what your targeted performance, the targeted performance that you've identified, right? And that will continue for this funding round. We said, there's a maximum period of 3 years within which we want you to implement your projects, and then another period after that for post-implementation and monitoring. Once that period has been completed, once we've completed the implementation period, right, there's a closeout process, and we determine the lessons learned, and we then share that through webinars and all kinds of other learning interventions. Next slide, please. That whole period, let me just also say, people say, so how long does that take? From the 5th of June to the point at which you will know where the funding has been allocated to you, the maximum period for that is around about 9 months. Okay, so there you've got it. The application closes on the 5th of June. You submit the application inclusive of your ABC PIMP, your due diligence documents. All of those uploads are compulsory. You are informed of your eligibility status. You'll be informed by the team when the team intends to come do a project site visit. I've spoken about the teams that are allocated to appraise your project. We also ask that you are responsive to the queries that we will raise with you. And I've spoken about the independent committees that also then review the appraisal that the Jobs Fund team has prepared alongside your application, and then make a recommendation and a final funding decision. Right then. Next slide, please. I'm just going to check if there were any questions of clarification that my team has for me. Yes, in terms of the expected start date, the moment you have contracted with us, we expect that your project would have started. And then somebody wanted to know about the case study that was sent out. We will send it out again for those people who did not register on time and receive the case study. There was a hand, but could you please type your question in the chat and I can have a look at it and then try and respond? Okay, I don't see, I see lots of AI assistance. I don't know how much that AI assistance is going to help you in actually completing your application form. Yes, so there was a question about is the approval process 9 months? Yes, it is 9 months. However, as I said earlier, you will know whether you are eligible or not much sooner than that. That's the maximum time. And the reason for that is that we have a two-stage process, right? It might seem long, but we have a two-stage process. You have submitted as much information as you possibly can. We will then appraise it and go through an internal competitive process, right? Then from there, we're going to come back and we're going to ask you for more detailed information. And then we're going to take a second shot at going to the technical committee and the investment committee. And that really is why the process takes as long as it does. But at that stage, you will definitely know whether you've been successful or not. All right, there's another question. I'll just go down. So somebody asked me about in-kind match funding. So when we talk about match funding, in our frequently asked questions, there's quite a big section on it, but in summary, what we are saying, match funding, to be considered as match funding, it must be cash. And you can raise that cash either through donor funding or loans, but in-kind contribution is not used to calculate the percentage of your matched funding. Okay. Right, lots of AI assistance for municipalities. Municipalities, you must provide everything that we ask of you. And in addition to that, we also want to see your budget. And when you say you have match funding for whatever it is you're applying for, if you say you have the match funding, show it to us on your SCOA budget, please, right? That it has been that it's been ring fenced on your budget. The case study, as I said, can you just say, put your mail address in and we will try to get that to you. Liesel Extian, I hope it's my Liesel that's asking me this. It's lovely to see you here, Liesel. Liesel, as people submit their, as they complete, right, the online application form, they will be immediately advised whether they are eligible or not because they complete that. But we also, when the funding round closes, right, the team for a period of 2 to 3 weeks furiously work through all the applications, and it just really depends on the volume of applications to confirm that the people who have come through the first gate are indeed eligible, right? And then they will present that to myself by week 4, week 5, and by week 6, you should be advised that, you've been eligible or not eligible, and that will be written communication to you, right? How do I get the application form? Go to the website. You will find it there. Case study will be sent to you. Right, let me go further down. Some more questions. No. The project doesn't start. So you're asking me SR Solar. In the previous briefing, it was mentioned that projects that need this funding to be implemented are preferred. How does it work if projects should have started by the time you do inspection? No, your project hasn't started yet. When we are doing due diligence, it's really about understanding your organization, understanding the systems you have in place, understanding the financial viability, all of those things. You haven't started your project yet, okay? The project starts on the day that you have contracted. If your project has started, or if you want to start the project before the start date, there's a negotiation process with us. You must understand that you do that at risk. You must understand that there's no guarantee that you are going to be receiving funding. Okay, so that's quite a tricky bit, but that is something that gets discussed with us, right? Could you please clarify before the quarterly drawdowns? Where is that now? Do you provide advance payments for the first quarter once contracted? Yes. So you would have prepared your very detailed implementation plan. You would have identified quarter by quarter for 3 years what you are going to be doing. You're going to identify what the budget looks like quarter by quarter, right? Now, for the first quarter, there's an advance that is made, right? So we say, in your first quarter, what are the activities? How much money do you require, right? If you're the private sector partnering with us, it's going to be a one-to-one match fund. So you will provide 50% of the money, we will provide 50%, and that is your advance. Then after that, quarterly drawdowns, 80% achievement of your target, plus your evidence, and off we go. Okay, right. Can partnerships apply and how will that work? Right. Of course, what we would like to see is that you crowd in as many people into the system of support. However, there's only one lead applicant, okay, and that's the people that we contract with. If you have an implementing partner and you are the lead applicant, we're also going to be doing our due diligence on the applicant, the implementing partner, right? Okay. What is expected start date? I think I've responded to that. Did the municipalities, what is the eligibility assessment feedback date? Got that covered. Linda, somebody could, can you assist Linda, please? She says she cannot hear. It must be an issue on her side. We've done the partnerships. Can matched funding be from other government agencies? Yes. However, here comes the issue around double dipping, right? If you are getting funding from another government department for the same activities, that's double dipping. That's not value for money in terms of, public funding. That doesn't show the jobs fund that there is additionality in respect of the money you're asking of the jobs fund. So again, I would advise that you go off and have a look at our FAQ around double dipping. Right. What else? Then somebody, if you can please answer. So if your company is compliant and it's 3 years old but never had worked, okay, if you didn't work, you are compliant, but you don't have a financial track record, it's going to be difficult because that's really what we want to see, right? That you've done the work, that you've got a financial track record, and that you are still a going concern. So to the question about match funding, must it be available at the point of application? Yes, it must be available. However, again, around match funding, we advise you what documentation and what evidence you must have to demonstrate that you're quite far along in respect of having, applied to other sources of matched funding. Okay, Alden, at 10:19, there's a question from Sianda. That is a praxis-related issue. I suggest you deal with it. Okay, can I step off, or is there any burning question? May I step off?
Yeah, okay, I think we can step off.
Okay, I've gone on much longer than what I'm supposed to, right? So I'm going to hand over now to you. Okay. Alden, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, DDG, for covering the section and responding to all the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, just forgot to put my camera on. Apologies. I hope you can see me. My name is Xavier Edziwa. I'm the project director in the Jobs Fund, and I'm going to be the facilitator for today's session. In the next session, we are going to have Lionel and Eldon, who are going to cover in terms of the application process and also giving us a live demonstration of how you do access on the GMS. So over to you, Eldon and Lionel. Thank you.
Great. Good morning and thank you, Xavier, and welcome to all of our attendees. I'm looking like a bit of a DJ this morning. I'm in a shared space, so I think Lionel will show his camera in a bit. Just for those that have joined the call, I know that there's a lot of questions around where can I find the application form. Everything is being done via our online portal, the grant management system. And again, I see a lot of people are raising their hands. Please, if you can just type your questions into the chat, because we are a big crowd today and it's just going to be easier if we respond that way. So myself and Lionel will go through the application form as it is on the system, but maybe just to guide the colleagues or the attendees as to how do we direct them to the site. You can do it multiple ways. The easiest might be if you go onto our website, which is www.jobsfund.org.za. And at that particular point, you will then see the various links to allow you to gain access to our online application or our online system. My colleagues will be posting the actual direct URL into the chat periodically as we go through it. And we do encourage you all to please log onto the site. If you haven't done so already, you would have to create a username for yourself, basically register a profile on our grant management system, or GMS, as I would refer to it in the rest of the presentation. And once you've gained access into the grant management system, you will then, on the homepage, access a section that will allow you to create a new application. Now, in doing so, you would have some pre-registration requirements, such as what is your initiative or project's name, select a particular sector, what type of organization are you? Are you private? Are you an NGO? Are you from public sector? And what this will allow is for a reference number to be generated, which is a sequential number that we'll be using as part of this funding round. And it's important in terms of that reference number, because that will allow for us, if you have any queries and you're able to send us a query via our mailbox, which is jobsfund at treasury.gov.za. Again, that information's been posted. You please need to, in the subject line, reference that particular JF12 number. It just allows for us to be a bit more prompt with our responses to your particular queries. Once you've accessed once you've completed the pre-registration process, you would then undertake a process of eligibility. Eligibility is a set number of questions that's available in our term sheet. Again, it's been put into the chat in terms of the links where you can download the term sheet. And Lionel will go through this here a little bit in detail. And once you have completed the eligibility criteria process, you would then be tested for your eligibility against that criteria. If you meet the criteria, you'll see the remainder of the application form. And if you do not meet the criteria for eligibility, the system will then also provide you with a response to that regard. Just a couple of key tips and techniques. I think the DDG has provided some key tips already, which is that of, save your work regularly. There are 8 tabs. So, we encourage people to get going if you haven't done so already. The system does allow for you to save your work periodically and then allow for you to go back in at a later stage to complete the remainder of the information. All the questions that you will see within the application form, as we'll demonstrate now, are mandatory. All the uploads, which is supporting documents that is presented as part of the application form, is mandatory. And we, again, will take you through this here in the step-by-step process. As part of the links and a point that's been pinned onto this chat here, there is the application user guide. Please, we encourage you all to download that document because, again, it's a step-by-step instruction on how to complete these various fields and what to look out for in the application. The DDG's point around completing your information in a Word document, we know that most organizations have already got business plans that speak to some of the questions that we are going to be demonstrating as part of our application form. So it's also a way for you to easily copy and paste information across from a PDF document or a Word document into the related fields. Throughout the process, there are various prompts. So you must ensure that your pop-ups for the particular site is turned on and does not get blocked because that's how the system is designed, is to bring up these pop-up notifications periodically to allow for you to know what needs to be completed at that particular stage. I think maybe just the last stress point here is that, Najwa had indicated that our closure of this particular round is the 5th of June at 3 p.m. There are no exceptions. Again, it's a competitive process and hence the reason why no exceptions can be made. I'm going to be switching over now to the application form. So just give me a second here. I'm going to turn off my camera in a bit. Just makes it easier from a navigation point of view. So like I said, in terms of your access to the system, if you haven't done so already, you would register a profile on the system and you'll get a unique username and password that you would then log into the GMS system. Once you've logged in, at this particular stage, you'll see that there is a section that will allow for you to create a new application, which is more or less center of the particular page. In addition to that, we do have a document library that will contain details such as the user guide, the term sheet, etc. But at this particular point, I am going to ask my colleague Lionel to show his screen and his face. Lionel, maybe an introduction before I go to the next step.
A very good morning to everybody in the house. We are so glad that you are here. We wish you good luck as you are in the process of applying, and we look forward to partnering with those who are going to succeed. So I'll be co-piloting with Eldin as we go through our application form. So if this aeroplane crashes, you will blame Eldin. So as you will see, there are different tabs on the application form, with the first tab being the eligibility criteria. Now here, please answer all the questions, because if you miss any one of the questions or you do not meet the criteria in any one of the questions here, it means you won't be able to go on with the application. I'm not gonna touch on every item of the application, but I just wanna draw your attention to the lead applicant. That a lead applicant would be an entity that would be applying and the one that would be contracting with the jobs fund. So I must also say that this time around, I'll be the one who will just drop a question, and if you can please drop a response on the chat, and my colleague Nazim will tell you whether you are right or wrong, and he gives you the right answer. The technical partner is the one that will be providing the technical expertise in the project. So also if we can move to 1.7 on institutional information, Alden, here also please fill all the information as we use these details to make contacts with you. There are times where we need some of the information or maybe additional information. It so happens, life being life, that the main contact when you apply is no longer the main contact as the project is being appraised, etc. So please stay in touch and drop us the email using our Jobs Fund email address, which my colleagues will drop there on the chat. Now, whenever you send us any contact, when you do any contacts with us, please always quote your project number, or we usually internally call it a JF number. It's a project number. If Eldon, you can just show them at the top how it looks like, an example of the JF number. So you can see this one, this unique project number will be JF12/1003. So whenever you make any connection via that Jobs Fund email address, you please quote that number. Thank you, Elder. Now, also, you can go back where we were on the institutional information. Please, whenever you answer the questions, please answer them truthfully, because these are the informations that we investigate at a later stage. There will be questions like, have you filed for bankruptcy? Is the organization in financial distress, etc. So please just be open there. You will rather give more information on what happened than give us the wrong information. On 1.9, Alden, on the institutional arrangement, please, it must be clear on who is doing what. And let me warn you that do not do the fronting in order to circumvent the match funding ratio requirements. There are instances where people will just drag an NPO so that they can do the match funding ratio of that is required on an NPO. Here's the first question. What's the match funding ratio required for the NPO? You can please post it there and Nazim will tell you whether you are off the mark or not. Now, on the on-lending applications, if you are bringing an on-lending application, please demonstrate your existing pipeline. This is obviously needed because we have a short period of time to implement the project, which will be the 3 years in this instance. Also, demonstrate whether you do have the business development support, you have the access to market, whether our grant funding will assist in making your pricing competitive. On 111, Eldon, which speaks to the key staff. The key staff is critical as these are the drivers of the project, or these will be the drivers of the project once the project starts implementing, actually even before it starts implementing. We all know that in most cases, projects fail because of the human resources performance. The thing to highlight under the government funding is a double dipping, which Najwa had touched on earlier on. Here, this is where we do not want to pay for the same, say, the same activities or the same assets which someone else has paid for already. So if, let's make an example, let's say Dalrad has bought the tractor already, and we still fund the tractor that has already been bought. So that is the double dipping. It does not only happen within government, we also look within the government funding, but it can also happen even if it's funded by the private sector. Now, Eldon, I don't know if you have any system-related issue that you want to make us aware.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lionel. I think one of the key things throughout the application is that anything that has a red asterisk, that means that that particular field is a mandatory requirement. So anywhere that has a red asterisk, it means that information needs to be completed within those particular fields. If in particular, for an instance like the one that you've just mentioned, where you have not received government funding, it is acceptable for you to go and put in, no government funding has been received for this particular project, or a NA being that it's not applicable. In terms of the red asterisks, what we do have is a mechanism that will identify the key fields that need to be completed. So if I had clicked save in terms of the error messaging, this will guide you as to which are the fields that have a mandatory requirement that still needs to be completed. And you would then obviously navigate to that particular section. As an example, 1.1, I can see that there are 3 fields that still need to be completed, and so forth. We'll talk about a validation feature that will be undertaken once you get to the end of the process. But also just to say that you can have more than one user access the system at the same time to complete the various sections within the application form. And I think lastly, Lionel, you touch on this point around key staff, which is on the institutional information tab. At a minimum, we require that the staff that you add into this particular table feature, that at least one of those key staff be nominated as a project manager, as a finance resource, and as a monitoring and evaluation person. And the reason being is that this information here gets utilized in a accompanying tab, which is the risk tab, where you are actually nominating who is responsible for the mitigation actions against a particular risk that you've identified in your application. I think those are the key items, Lionel. We can move on to the initiative description tab.
Thank you. Thank you, Eldon. Can I start with a tough question here? I'll drop a tough question here up front. Please list the 3 different windows which are covered in this round. Now, Eldon, when we look at why do you reveal the windows when I'm asking you, giving them an open book?
Yeah. Only one.
Only one, yeah. When you cover this one, please be sure that you choose the window where your application fits in. The windows that are covered, you can show them there. That will be your ED, your WEXICAS, and your institutional capacity building. And please just read through them on what are the definitions of these windows. If you consult your term sheet, we've even given you the examples which will show what is a typical enterprise development window application, what is an institutional capacity building application. maybe the question is, those who've been with us before, which is the window here that is missing? We usually have 4 windows that are covered there. Now, when we go to 2.1, Alden, here, just be sure that the project that you are tackling is clearly defined. Please do not just jump into giving us the results and what will be happening in the project. Just please explain exactly what the problem that the project is solving for. The other thing that I would like to highlight here is also demonstrate the logical link. This is under 2.2, the logical link between resources that we are investing in, that we are co-funding with you, the activities that will be undertaken, and also the change that is expected to happen, which means the outcomes. So that should be clearly defined. Now, the other thing that, Aldin, I just want to point out are the program indicators. Please familiarize yourself with these program indicators. Ensure that when you tell us that you will create so many jobs, you will see that there are different types of jobs that are there. We have jobs that are full-time. There are jobs that we are described as seasonal. There are jobs that are described as fixed term. So please just make sure that you familiarize yourself with these types of jobs. There is an indicator protocol that has been included in the term sheet as well. So you will see that almost everything that we say, we refer you to the term sheet. So that is your one-in-all solution for you. Please familiarize yourself with the term sheet before you even put an application. Now, as a parting question here, please can you explain to Nazim down there what is a seasonal job, and then Nazim will give you a prize if he finds you correct. Now, the other part, which is a funding project funding model under 2.3. We are just getting there. Here under the funding model, please clearly indicate how the project will be funded, where the match funding is coming from. I saw earlier on when I was responding to the questions there that someone asked what if the match funding is coming from their own funds. That is acceptable. It can come from your own funds. It can come as a loan. It can come from your rich uncle. But it must just come as cash. And you must also indicate what this match funding or the funding will be used for, which means that you must show what the match funding will be used for, what the grant funding will also be used for. In some cases, projects do generate income. This income can be things like your loan repayments. So if you are doing an on-lending, you issue loans, then when the beneficiaries repay those loans, it becomes an income to the project. If anyone wants to take a step, you can give me any other example of a project income that you can think of. Now we can move to number 2.4. Here we are looking at implementation issues. These are issues that are critical for the project to proceed, for the project to be implemented. These can be your water licenses. If it's in the agriculture, it could be the operation of operating licenses. It can be the land use permit. It can be maybe municipality approvals. Those are the things that you will not be able to implement unless you address them. In most cases, these are legislative in nature. Now, my co-pilot, is there any system-related issue that you want to highlight at this point?
Yeah, so I think maybe just the point that I was making earlier around copying and pasting into the various text boxes. I think the only thing that one needs to be aware of if you are doing that is that certain fields require a certain amount of words. There's a word limit. So what we're basically intentionally trying to do here is to ensure that your narrative for that particular section is very crisp and clear and concise to the point that you are answering this particular question. So that is something to look out for. I think that on this particular page as well, just after the indicators, we have two table features that talks about the types of jobs per program indicator, and the other item was the sustainability indicator table. Now, for these particular table features, there is a guidance document which I'll go through. It's always on the right-hand side of the application form. So here you could see that you are able to download a blank application form, the ABC PIMP, which we'll talk about in the sections to follow this in this training session. But you'll see that there is an example of indicators as well as the types of jobs. So these are additional supporting documents that will guide you in terms of completing those particular fields. So it's very important to have a look at the download section because a lot of the information contained here will also give further and enrich your knowledge around the certain around the fields or the requirements that we are looking for in the certain sections of our application form. Thanks, Lionel. You can move on to the next tab.
Sorry, Lionel, before you move on, can I just come in from the facilitator? I see there are some non-jobs funds members who are answering questions. May I please kindly request that only the jobs fund answer questions, because a participant might answer in the way they think it is. Jobs fund has certain protocols when it comes to jobs and so forth. So there are a number of people who are responding to questions, but they're not from the jobs fund. My fear is you end up, there might be misleading statements coming out which are not in line with the jobs fund. Yes, one might have an idea of what is what and so forth, but may we please leave it to the jobs fund so that we give the correct information. There is a number of that happening. Apologies for interjecting, Lionel. I just thought I'd come in there. Thanks.
Thank you, Xavier. So, Eldon, if we are co-pilots, Xavier is our control towers.
Indeed.
Yeah, there was something, Eldon, there was a question which I saw there, which probably if you could just emphasize before I move on to risk tab, there was a question on if I'm deemed ineligible, am I able to move on to this part of the application form?
Yeah, so I think that what we had stated up front is that when you get to the point of eligibility, you'll go through and answer those particular questions. I think, again, like you had mentioned, Lionel, is that you need to go and look at the term sheet so that you understand that eligibility criteria. Because once you've gone through the process of answering those questions, there will be a validation feature that will then transact or execute at the end of you answering those questions. If you have answered not to the satisfaction of fulfilling those eligibility criteria questions, you will get a message to say that you are deemed ineligible. However, if you have maybe in error, have made an incorrect selection, you are able to navigate back to the home page to that create application section that I demonstrated right up front. and then go through the process of creating a new application. So yes, you are able to go back and complete the process again. I think that there was one question here, Lionel, which is actually quite a good question as well, if you don't mind.
No, go
Where
ahead.
there was a question around in the various text boxes, can we reference an attachment with the detail? So I think in that particular case, yes, I think that there is, certain limits in terms of the particular text boxes. But if there is a document that will further substantiate the statement or the answer to that particular question, you need to make sure that it's clearly referenced in the upload section where that document can then be located once, when you are completing your document uploads for the application. So yes, you are able to reference a document, but please make sure that, you reference the correct document and doesn't become a bit of a witch hunt for the particular document that's being referenced. I hope that answers that question as well. But we are able to move on to the risk tab, Lionel.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Alvin. Now, under the risk tab, here, please do not hide the risks that are found in the area that you want to, or in the area that the project is operating in. Actually, by identifying the risk, it demonstrates to us that you know the space that you are operating in, and you will also be able to give us the mitigations for those risks that you have identified. So please, when you get an application and then it says there is no risk, or it gives the risks that do not make sense in that space, it sort of raises the eyebrows. And also, please then respond to, there are those 6 areas or 6 steps that we require you to respond to under the risks, which are what are the possible risks associated with your initiative. For each risk, assign a high, medium, low value for both the likelihood of occurrence or potential impact on the project. For each risk, you must also indicate which stakeholder will be mostly affected. It could be the beneficiaries, it could be the implementing partners, it could be just one of the partner or any of the partners. And also, what are the mitigating measures for each of these risks that you've identified? This is the most important part. Identifying a risk and leave it there is just as good as having not identified the risk. Now, you must also indicate who will carry the responsibility for risk management. Now, also please provide the timelines for the mitigation actions. So you say, we are going to do this intervention, or we'll take these preventative measures by when? And those are the things that would also find themselves into your APC PIMP. Having spoken of about APC PIMP, does anyone want to take a step on what does APC PIMP stand for? When Xavier was speaking about responding to questions, he wasn't referring to my questions. Who wants to take a step on what does APC PIMP stand for? Whilst they are Googling, my co-pilot is, are you prepared to take a risk and take us through the system-related issues?
Yeah, thanks for that, Lionel. I think I spoke about on the institutional information tab that you need to nominate at least a project manager, a financial analyst, or a financial person, and a monitoring and evaluation specialist as part of the key staff. And as you can see here, as step 5 is highlighted here, is that information will follow through in terms of the mitigation or responsibility for mitigation actions. So you can see now at the moment it is not populated. I think this becomes a bit of a sort of frustration point with applicants when we get closer to the end of the funding round and they need to rush to submit. Please take note that you need to follow the instructions as it's outlined in the institutional information tab, and that information will then pull through into the risk tab. I think that is really the key one on the risk tab, other than what you have indicated, Lionel. I think the last point that I can raise here is that at any point in time, you are able to download a read-only application of your application form. So you might want to have someone read through the content that you have put into those particular text boxes. You are able to download a read-only version of the application form. I think also the other item that I wanted to speak about was, I see also in the chat, can I get a blank version of the application form? Yes, you can. If you register on our grant management system, on the right-hand side, under the download section, you are able to download a blank version so that you can see the various fields that you would need to complete as part of this application. I think we can move on to the next one, Lionel.
Yes, thanks, Alden. Under the impact criteria, you will see that we have 8 criteria that we assess the impact of your initiative. This is where, or one of the areas where the challenge fund principles really come out strongly, where you might get 2 similar projects, but you find that the other one has more impact than the other. Then the likelihood is that the one which has got more impact or higher impact is the one that might be approved. So the 8 criteria that we assess the impact of your initiatives under the social impact, the additionality. Additionality, in summary, or in short, it's basically demonstrating that without our participation, this initiative would not happen. So if you have the capability of raising funding from DFIs or from the commercial bank, then you will find it hard to demonstrate the additionality. But also, like I've said before, please go through the term sheet in details on what is or what are the definitions here. We have still given summary definitions in the form, but please consult your term sheet for more detailed definitions. The other one is the sustainability. When you speak on sustainability, it will be both sustainability of the project itself, the initiative, the beneficiaries, in certain instances, even the sustainability of the lead applicant or the partners. The fourth one is the match funding on looking at value for money and risk apportionment. Now, on match funding, I just want to stress the following. We say for profits, the match funding is 1:1. To be more precise, it's a minimum of 1:1, which means that you can go as high as, say, 1:2, which means for every rand that we put into or we invest in the project, you bring in 2 rands. That is showing more skin in the game. So whenever we speak of the match funding ratios, those are the minimum ratios that we require. The other one is innovation. Please also have a look at the description of innovation, because it might be slightly different from your assumption. We're not speaking of something that is out of this world, something that has never been done, or a research. The other part on the impact criteria, or the other criterion, is the scale up or replication. The other one is contribution to systemic change. And number 8 is demonstrating the capacity to implement the project. Do we have the right jockey to take the project forward? Or the jockey is needed to be whatever to be brought into the project as maybe the implementation partner, etc. Now, a question that I just want to dump on you is please give a definition of the additionality there on the chat. Now, Eldon, do you want to point out anything on the system-related issues?
Yeah, I think I spoke about a validation feature, and I mean, this is a great feature to use if you have more than one user that is on the system at the same time. So we might have an instance where Lionel, you might be on the institutional information tab, I might be on the impact criteria, and then we have maybe Xavier that's trying to hold the pieces together and wants to know how far we are. So we have a feature called validate. And what validation does, it essentially opens up a window that will run through the entire application to determine whether there are any outstanding issues. Now, validation is a compulsory process that once you have completed the entire application process, you are able to then do a final check, which is the validate process. And once you've done the validation process, it will either identify areas that you would need to still go back to and go and address. Alternatively, what would happen is it will give you a message to say, you have successfully completed all of the various requirements, the mandatory requirements, and you are now able to go and submit your application. Upon submission of your application at that particular point, you will be notified that your application has been successfully submitted. So there is a audit trail of the submission emails that would then obviously be filtered through to us as the jobs fund, and as well as you as the applicant that is applying to the fund for this particular funding round. Lionel, I think that was my song and dance for this tab. We can move on to the next one, which is the budget tab.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eldon. When I look into my budget, it's now getting depleted. So this will be my last tab that I'll be doing, and you're gonna fly solo from here on after this. The thing I just wanna point out under the budget tab here is that please ensure that the budgets that you have here, they correspond to the budgets that are in your APC PIMP. So we cannot have this one being different from what we are seeing on the APC PIMP. That is the main advice that I just want to give as we look into the budget here. You will see as well that you are able to assign the funding source to whatever the budget line that you are speaking to. So you might find that the stipends might be funded by the jobs fund, and on your side you are funding the transportation or whatever, depending on what the project model is. Now, my last question for the day is that you can give the answer there is, what is the closing date for the applications on this round? As I bid you farewell and hand you over to Eldon, who's going to be flying solo from now on.
Thank you, Lionel. So yeah, I think Lionel makes a good point. We are going to go through a process whereby we will take you through the ABC PIMP, and we need to obviously just make sure that that section under initiative description that talks to the indicators, as well as the budget summary here, mirrors the ABC PIMP, which is the tool that we'll be going through and is a compulsory upload as part of this application process. The last two tabs that I'll take you through is the summary tab. So in the summary tab, really here you have the opportunity to refine the project name that you might have pre-registered with. You might have had a different take, or there might have been a bit of a nuance that you want to make to the project name. You are able to make that change at this particular point in time. The other important item that I can raise here is that, we also want to know that, maybe your organization might be based in a particular province, but the implementation might span, across the various provinces. We would want to know where exactly are those touch points, or where the footprint would be in terms of the implementation of your initiative. If you had in error, selected an incorrect sector and subsector, you're also able to make those changes at this particular point. So in summary, the summary tab is really there for you to maybe course correct a few of the sort of pre-registration information that you had captured when you first started the application process. There is a section around the project finances and the program indicators. And once you have completed the budget tab, it will automatically populate this section here, as well as with the indicators on the initiative description tab. Once you've completed that section, it will pre-populate this table view. So that's really it from a summary tab point of view. We will then move on to pretty much the last tab here, which is really the Uploads tab. Now, the Uploads tab is one of the most important tabs, besides the narrative that would be positioned within the various sections that we have just gone through and touched on. The uploads is where the supporting documentation that really motivates some of the responses that you have provided is then linked to. And I think that the comment that was made earlier around referencing a document that's in the Uploads tab, please make sure that it is clearly, a reference in terms of the file name and under which section that you could find that particular document. All the uploads within this section here, and there is quite a lot. So I think, to the DDG's earlier point around starting the application process, do not underestimate the amount of time that it's going to take you to complete not only the sections, but the upload of the documentation that we are requiring. I'll take you through a few of these particular items. Something that's important to note is the types of files that we are accepting as part of the upload process. So what we do find is that there is a lot of documentation that normally gets zipped up. Please ensure that the maximum file size for that particular upload does not exceed 10 megabytes per document that gets uploaded. So some of the documents are some of the upload fields allows for more than one document to be uploaded, where others, just requires a single document. So please just take note of that. I did speak about the mandatory fields of in terms of the upload categories. If there is an upload that does not apply to you, you need to upload a signed letter stating the reasons why it does not apply to you. And this would then be applicable for each of those upload categories that are not applicable. Another stress point for us is that applications failing to provide acceptable uploads will be deemed ineligible and not be considered. So I think that, in the briefing session, we spoke about, when we go through the process of, appraisals, we actually have someone that's assigned as part of our internal team that will actually go through each of those upload documents to make sure that, it has been submitted in the correct format that we are looking for, and that someone's not maybe taken a chance and uploading a blank document as an example. So please make sure that you do respond to those particular upload categories with the correct information. As you can see here, there are quite a number of documents. They're all in various categories, finance and budget. There's quite a number of those particulars. There might be some that might not be applicable to your initiative. Some of the institutional information, legal and tax information, M&E information, and supporting documentation that is required. Most importantly, obviously, the FICA documents, because this is also a key element for us as part of this application process. The very last thing that I want to point out is really around the download section. I think I touched on it very lightly, but in terms of the download section, as soon as you register, you have access to these documents where you would click the document for that particular link, and you would then download that document to your device. This also applies to our tool, the activity-based costing project implementation monitoring plan, that once you've clicked on the particular link, you are then saving the document to your device. In the past, we have had instances where, someone's clicked on the ABC PIMP, starts capturing onto the actual tool itself, saves it, and, it disappears, only to find that the person hadn't actually saved it to their device. So please just be aware that, when you click on the link, save it to your device. But the important thing is that there are, as I spoke to it in the initiative description tab, there are examples of indicators, items that will assist you with regards to completing of your application. Please download all of these documents. We also have examples of a generic results chain. As an example, the user guide that will take you through the step-by-step instructions around all of these various tabs that we have just demonstrated. We also have a draft grant agreement that will have, that you are able to then obviously cast your eyes on to say that these are some of the requirements that you would have to have a look at and be advised on in terms of contracting if we get to that particular point in time. Our FAQs that keeps getting mentioned is also available as part of this download section, the term sheet, and another example of types of jobs. I think in a nutshell, that is it from myself and Lionel. Mr. Xavier, I think I will hand back over to yourself now.
Okay.
I just want to
thank
see,
you very much.
Mr. Xavier, is there any emojis that we can share here just to see if everybody's still with us? Do we still have people in the house?
Okay, the emojis, hearts, and all sort of things. I
excellent.
think. Yes. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lionel and Eldon. I think if I can just also pick some of the things that you raised, which is very, very important, and also following on what was coming in the questions, I think we would really want to emphasize, and we can't emphasize this more. Please read if members applicant can please ensure that they read the term sheet maybe 3, 4, 5 times. Each time you read, you are getting clearer and clearer. And also please refer to the frequently asked questions. We have a very comprehensive list of those which address some of the issues that has been raised. I think there were a lot of questions on the match funding, on the ratios, which the team have responded to say, if we're talking of a for-profit, it's a 1:1, and if it's for not-profit, it's 1:0.5. And issues of in-kind have also been clarified, but there has been a number of questions. So I really do encourage potential applicants to ensure that we do so. I think there has been a number of questions coming on the on the types of jobs and so forth. So as the team has indicated, and Eldon indicated that there's a download and it will be covered also sometime later. We have a very, very clear indicator protocol, which is clear on what jobs funds define as a permanent job, what jobs fund defines as a short-term job, and so forth. So please, again, read those to ensure that your application is aligned to those indicator protocols. I think also one of the things that keep on coming out, it was the issue of do we have a maximum grant amount that by the team have responded that there is no maximum grant amount set. We have a minimum amount. The maximum amount is certainly determined by the funding gap that your project requires, but also take into account, like Lionel did indicate, the issue of additionality becomes important. Why should that gap? Yes, there's a gap by why should that be funded by the jobs fund? Where is the additionality? Those things needs to come in. I think also the way questions raised on the issue of is there a minimum number of jobs or number of indicators that one can put? Again, it is all project specific. There are no minimum number of indicators and there is no minimum number of jobs one can put. It all depends with the project. But again, like we said, the assessment is going to be based on challenge fund principles. So it is a competition. It is how do you compete based on the numbers, but we can't prescribe how many indicators you must put, and we can't prescribe how many jobs must you put for each of those. Eldon spoke about attachments. We have seen in some previous rounds where some applicants end up putting only one line on each question. Please refer to Annexure 1. Please refer to Annexure 1. The key point that Eldon Liner indicating is, one, he needs to fully explain what is required in that section. I think there's a given number of words in there. Summarize your responses to that. Then refer us to the attachment, so that should we require additional information, we then get it on the application. But your response on the GMS form, on the application itself, must be adequate enough such that once one reads it, they are clear. Remember, the DDG did indicate that your application form is submitted to the various committees. So you need to put your best foot forward in that application form. So we can then be referring the investment committee or our TEC to every section, refer to this document, refer to this document. In such cases, we saw some people giving maybe a 100-page document, then one has to go and read and find out where is what. So please, let's address that. I think one of the issues that was also covered that kept on coming was the issue of sectors. I think we did indicate in our briefing session that the sectors that are mentioned and examples that are given in the term sheet, those are not exhaustive. Those were just examples, and one needs to look at what models do they want to bring forward to. I think that's basically some of the things that I sort of picked as questions were coming out. I see their hands up, as we did indicate. Please, if you have questions, please type in your question. Then it can be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now 11:23. We're supposed to take a break at 11:20 for 15 minutes. So we'll take this is now 11:25. Starts as an example. So break it. We'll come back after 15 minutes. So what's 11:25 plus 15 minutes? Mathematics is gone. That's 11:40. Is that correct?
100%.
Yes, someone correct me. Yes, 11:40. Yes. Okay, so we'll take break and we'll resume at 11:40. Thank you. Okay, colleagues. My watch is showing that it's now 11:40. Can we just get some thumbs ups to see that people are back? Let's see that screen filling with thumbs up. Okay. Thank you very much. However, I can see there are two hands. I'm sure maybe those were meant to be thumbs up. If you have hands for questions, please post your question in the chat. But I'm sure those were for thumbs up. Our next session now, we are going to look at, Lionel did ask members, can you take a guess what's an ABC PIMP and so forth. We are now going to look, Zamile is going to take us through the session on the theory of change. And for me, I always say, when you look at the ABC PIMP, which Zamile and then Tabis are going to cover, after reading that document, for me, I always say, that is the project. That is what, if one reads that document, because it outlines what are those activities in a chronological order. What are the costs that are going to be associated with those activities? And what then do you expect to come out of the job? What are the jobs? What is the training and so forth? So this is really a session which is a very, very important, which our team are going to give us, which really now indicates all that you have written in your application to then say in one document, how can you show your project? So if I'm going to be walking around, going somewhere, going to a project site visit, the document I can carry is, if I carry my grant agreement and I carry the ABC PIMP, I've carried everything that I need to know about the project. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now introduce you to Zamile, who is going to take us through the issue of the ABC PIMP, the importance of the ABC PIMP, the theory of change, and link it to what we want to achieve today. And Zamile will take us to lunch. After initially covering the basics, we will then go to the example. An example was emailed to everyone who was registered. And that example will then go through it, completing it so they can see how we actually do complete an ABC PIMP. Zamile, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Good morning, delegates. My name is Zamile Ngubo. I'm representing the Jobs Fund. So I will be taking you through the activity-based costing, project implementation, and monitoring plan. That is the ABC PIMP that Lionel was asking about. What does it stand for? So before I go there, let me announce that the recording of this session and the presentations will be made available to the attendees. So also the example that was sent, it can also be sent on request, so that because it is providing you guidance on how to complete the ABC PIMP. I will now switch off my camera because of bandwidth. Then I will take you through the background of the ABC PIMP. Paul, can you go back to the first slide, please? Back. Yes, there. So colleagues, I am now giving the background to the ABC PIMP, which is the activity-based costing, project implementation, and monitoring plan. But before we can go there, we need to understand the terminology that we are using at the Jobs Fund, understanding the results chain and the theory of change. So the theory of change for an initiative explains how the activities undertaken by a project will lead to the intended or observed impacts. Now, establishing a solid theory of change for the project is fundamental because it identifies the conditions or preliminary results, which are normally called milestones in your project, that are needed to achieve a long-term result. It also forms the foundation on how you are going to monitor your project, develop key project-specific indicators, and provide a structure for data analysis and reporting. That is the theory of change. The results chain is a diagram that maps out your theory of change. It depicts the causal linkages between the project and the anticipated outcomes and impacts, because it links the inputs, which are the resources that are needed to implement the project. So these inputs are resources like your financial resources, human resources, etc., etc. Then the activities and outputs. So the activities is the action that you are taking by making use of the inputs or the resources that you are having in order to produce outputs with the anticipated outcomes and desired impact. So these are shown in the results chain. The results chain also shows what the project is doing and why they are doing it. It displays the connections in the results chain and causal linkages, i.e., is there a clear and logical flow between the inputs, activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts? And it is easily understandable? Those are the questions that must be answered by the results chain. It is results oriented because it indicates the desired results from the intervention. For an example, increasing the number of operational SMEs to promote new job creation and stimulate local economic development. That is an example. It also contains sufficient information to display the logical connections between different project elements, but it's not overly complex. So it is a simple way of showing a logical connection between different project elements. So the theory of change provides the big picture of the initiative and summarizes work at a strategic level, whilst a results chain illustrates at implementation level the causal links in the change process, the activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. And this is what the APC PIMP attempts to map out. Next slide, Mpo. So the activity-based costing, which is APC PIMP, it is the tool that assists projects in determining the activities that projects will undertake and the costs and outputs associated with those activities. So this is a tool that is being used by the Jobs Fund to plan, cost, and track activities, because the Jobs Fund requires a rational budgeting approach in order to understand how a project aims to structure the activities and associated budgets in order to effectively achieve the proposed outcomes. So this means that each activity that is planned to be undertaken by the project or within the project, it should be defined and planned for. All activities must follow through in a chronological manner. For an example, advertising for a post should not happen after hiring. So there must be a logical sequence when you're conducting the activities. So based costing, the identified activities should then be costed as they occur, and the project budget should then emanate from costing that is driven by the activities and not working backwards from the grant ask and allocation of cost to activities. So project implementation monitoring plan will assist in setting out how the project will be implemented and therefore monitored over a period of implementation. Once approved, now your application for funding, once you get approved, the APC PIMP will become an annexure to the contracting or to the grant agreement because it is a contracting document. So due care and diligence should be taken during the application stage when completing the APC PIMP. So it contains 12 tabs, and these will be explained in the following slides. Next slide, Mpo. So, to understand how a project aims to effectively achieve the proposed project outcomes, the Jobs Fund requires a clear map of the project's results chain and a rational budgeting approach. These are all contained in the APC PIMP. So the following key questions will be answered after you have completed the APC PIMP, just what Xavier was saying APC PIMP is a project plan. If you have APC PIMP, you've got the whole project because it answers the question of what will the project produce and when. When will the activities take place and when will the related costs be incurred? What is the project cost? How will the project's cost be financed? What are the project's overall objectives? So again, the APC PIMP maps out the project's results chain. But unlike traditional results chains, it also includes the detailed timing of deliverables. Costing for the project activities are also outlined in the APC PIMP. Before I proceed, are there any questions, remarks, or inputs from the floor? No questions. All right. So we are now mapping out the results chain. So here we are trying to demonstrate the flow of how things must flow in the ABC PIMP. You can see there we've got activities, outputs, costing, and outcomes. So the point of departure for projects, they must identify the logical flow of key activities that the project will undertake during implementation to reach the overall objectives. So we have sent out a case study. So we will demonstrate on how to identify key activities, how to describe outputs, how to cost, and the desired outcomes. Now, also you need to identify the anticipated outputs from the activities and the timing of delivery of those. And this will be demonstrated when we complete the ABC PIMP, making use of the project example or a case study that was shared. Can you go back a bit, Mpho, so that I can finish? Yes. Then costing each activity that will have to be undertaken, it includes sources of funding and the timing of the budget requirements and the outcomes, outline the end goal, including the timing of realization of those outcomes. In addition to the standard results chain, again, we are emphasizing that the detailed timing of deliverables are outlined in the ABC PIMP, and itemized costing for the project activities are also outlined. Next slide, please. So now we are taking you through the tabs. There are different tabs of the ABC PIMP. We are assuming that if you have started already to complete your application form, you would have downloaded the ABC PIMP. If not, please do start to download it and familiarize yourself with it. So the first tab, not the first tab, one of the tabs is there to guide. It is a guidelines tab. What you are seeing in front of you here, these are the guidelines that you must follow. So it gives a definition of what is the ABC PIMP. It is downloadable on the grant management systems as it was presented by Eldin. So you will download this. The first tab that you will be seeing, it is what is in front of us here. It gives a definition of the PIMP, general guidelines on how is it structured, and also how to complete it. Can you go to the next slide, Mpho? So tab number 1, it is the project information tab. So the project information tab must be fully completed because it gives us the details of the initiative with which you are applying funding for. So this requires applicants to detail all the general project information, project name, the brief project description, because after registration, you will be provided with the JF number. What you are seeing there, the JF number, it will be a unique identifier. From now onwards, you will be given that JF12XXX. Then tab number 2 will be the activities, outputs, outcomes, and cost tab. And it is named in that manner. So it is activity, output, outcome, cost tab. It's tab number 2. On your far left, you will see your activities. And these, again, I will explain when we cover the practical side of completing the ABC PIMP. Then you see you've got outputs, the timing of delivery of activities and outputs in terms of targeting. So normally at the Jobs Fund, we're using what we call periods. Periods is a quarter, meaning that is a 3 months. So on a quarterly basis, you'll be required to populate this to show the delivery or the timing of delivery of your outputs. So you see, we are mapping out the results chain. It's project result chain, then activity-based costing. So you are costing per activity. Then there will be an implementation schedule you see on your far right. So it's where the costs are being incurred, because you cost as they are being incurred on a quarterly basis. Also, yeah, the timing of budgeting, you see there, that's what we are saying. The timing of delivery of the activities, they must be aligned to the budget. Then again, we are still on tab number 2. You see the example that was sent out. Applicants are required to identify the activities. So in our example that we'll be completing, we'll demonstrate of how to do that, how to identify an activity, how to describe sub-activities, how to formulate assumptions, how to define outputs and targeting, or the timing of delivery of those. All of these concepts will be covered when we complete the practical session of the example that was shared. Let's proceed, Mpo. So let us reflect on the results chain. So we have explained the activities, outcomes, outputs, and costing. So all these concepts are on the APC PIMP. So the activity-based costing will be covered by my colleague, Thabiso Tebe. So I will be covering how to construct the activities, how to describe outputs and outcomes and assumptions. Then Thabiso will be taking us through the activity-based costing side and financing plans. We'll be using the same example that was shared with the delegates. Let's proceed, Mpo. Yes, again, the implementation schedule will be covered when we cover our finance section, which Thabiso Tebe will be taking us through after lunch. Next slide, Mpo. Also, this will be covered. So if you have opened the APC PIMP, column Y, you will see when you complete it. Column Y has been included to assist with complying with the operating guidelines of the Jobs Fund. So applicants are required to indicate whether the cost will be paid directly from the ring-fence project bank account, or it will be part of batch payment effected elsewhere or reimbursed to the applicant. So it is important to be clear and disclose early so that we can have the conversation on reporting protocols. Next slide, please. So yes, you can click next. We have covered these concepts. Costing will be covered. Yes, again, when we were completing, or when Lionel and Eldin were taking us through the application form, they mentioned the program indicators. So the Jobs Fund has its own indicator reference protocol sheet that is part of the term sheet that was published on our website. So it is advisable that the applicants familiarize themselves with our indicator protocols. So these are also included on tab 2 of the APC PIMP. We will discuss these in detail when I'm demonstrating on how to complete the APC PIMP. Also, applicants are required to nominate their own project-specific indicators. So these are two different things. The Jobs Fund has got its own program indicators. So in terms of project-specific indicators, we advise that applicants identify those, then propose to us, then we take it from there. Next slide, please. Again, we will be discussing the means of verification. So this is very important. We have identified and agreed with the Jobs Fund on the indicators or program indicators that you will be contracted for. So here we're talking about jobs, number of new permanent jobs, seasonal jobs, short-term jobs. We need to agree on the means of verification. And in most instances, the partners that we are partnering with are providing us with employment contracts. But in absence of those, we agree upfront of what is possible for them to produce to the Jobs Fund as means of verification or evidence of the reported number of jobs created by the project. Next slide, Mpo. Okay, next. Yes, we have defined all these concepts. Before I go to the financing plan, which is tab number 3 of the ABC PIMP, are there any questions from the previous slides that I was covering? Are there any questions from the floor, from the chats? I see there's few indications by emoji saying people are understanding to what we are saying here. Let's proceed to tab number 3 of the ABC PIMP. It is the financing plan. So the financing plan, this section requires the applicants to illustrate how the costs of the projects will be covered. How will the project's cost be financed? As you can see there, also this will be demonstrated when we do the practical session of completing the ABC PIMP. Then tab number 4 is the funding allocation. So the funding allocation is used to indicate which funding source is paying for which project expense. This information is important during the implementation phase when assessing cash flow needs of a project relative to its budget. So it is important that we complete this. Next slide, Mpo. Kindly note that if you have a question, post it on the chats. I see there's a hand. If it is a question, please post it on the chats. We will try by all means to respond to that question that you are having. Then there's an automated summarized score budget. This pulls from the financing plan, and this will be explained in detail by our finance analyst, Mr. Thabiso Tebe. Next slide, Mpo. Then here is the project summary, which will be pulling from different tabs of the ABC PIMP. So this gives you an overall summary of the project that you will be presenting to the Jobs Fund. All right, are there any questions, colleagues, before we go to the completion of the ABC PIMP, which is the monitoring and evaluation section? Mr. Edziwa, the facilitator of the session, can we proceed to the completion of the PIMP, or is there any other announcement you want to make at this time?
You can proceed, sir.
All right. Yes, before I can share the ABC PIMP from my side, I just want to say that the case study was shared last week, Friday, to the attendees. So this example or this live demonstration we'll be doing, it is based on that case study that was shared to the registered delegates on Friday. And also, I think yesterday we have shared the case study. However, we will continue sharing it because this example we are going to share now, it is also included in the ABC PIMP that you will be downloading from the GMS. So we have included that example so that you can always refer to that example when you complete the ABC PIMP at your own time. If you are stuck, you can always come back to this recording and presentation which will be shared with you by the end of today. Also, when you have downloaded the ABC PIMP from the website, there's a tab there that we have created with the example that we'll be sharing now and also the case study. You can always refer there when completing the ABC PIMP. So now I will be sharing my screen, which is the pre-populated ABC PIMP that is based on the example that, or on the case study that was shared with the delegates. The facilitator, Mr. Edziwa, please indicate if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see. Maybe Zamile just to indicate there are a number that have indicated that they've not received. Can they be checking their emails? Our team have been resending as members were posting here that they didn't receive. So please check your emails now for those who have indicated that they didn't get it, or either on Friday, over the weekend, or yesterday. Thank you. But yes, I can confirm, Zamile. I can see the screen. Thank you.
Yes, because why we have shared that in advance, it was for the delegates to read and familiarize themselves with the project example that we will be using to complete the ABC PIMP. I hope others have received that and gone through the case study. So the case study that we have shared with the delegates, it is about a youth program. So the project example is that the project is within the ICT sector, trying to train and place young people into that sector. How they do that, it is through recruitment and training them in that sector in different streams, like your data analysis, web development, software development, so that they can be absorbed within the industry of ICT by the project partners. So all the details are provided in the case study. So now to demonstrate on how to complete the ABC PIMP, making use of that example that we have shared. So I've talked about the identification of activities when you are sending us an initiative. You need to identify exactly what will be done by the project. So the instructions of completing the ABC PIMP are provided here. At your own time, when you complete, you will read. So here, making use of the case study, we have identified the broad activity category or the main activity category. For us to have these young people to participate into the program or into the project, we have to recruit them. So we have made the recruiting candidates onto the program the main activity category. So you will see activity category number 1 is the recruitment of candidates onto the program. But now, for us to execute that activity, we need to break it down into smaller tasks called sub-activities or milestones, because this is the broader activity, which is the main activity category. But for us to achieve that, we need to break it down into smaller, manageable tasks. And how do we do that? We need to think that we need to get this program known by the targeted group. How do we get it known by the targeted group? Is through advertising. So we will advertise this in this initiative in the local newspaper. For those who have received the case study, this will be implemented in Mpumalanga. So the local newspaper there will be the Lowfelder. So we advertise into the local newspaper. It will be advertised on the Sowetan Live and the Citizen. Then also it would be advertised on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Then the project's internal communication team will design the advert for press publication and each of the social media posts. So that is a sub-activity, which is a smaller manageable task than this one, because this one is the main activity, which is recruitment. But to break it down, we need to advertise this to successfully execute that activity. Then we assume here that we will be placing twice in the Lowfelder, which is a local newspaper, once in the Sowetan and twice in the Citizen. So that gives us 5 adverts for newspapers. Then for social media platforms, we include posts twice a week for 3 weeks, because we've got 3 social media platforms, which we'll be posting twice for 3 times a week, which gives us 18. Then I talked about the timing of delivery of the output. So here, the output as a result of conducting this sub-activity, you will have outputs. Apologies, that tab was hidden, or that column was hidden. So after conducting these sub-activities, you will have what we call outputs. And outputs are normally described as something that has happened. It is in the past tense format. So you will notice here in column G, our output here is the number of posts, is the number of adverts posted. So it must relate directly to the number here in column I. You see it's 23. So we have explained how did you get to 23 under the assumptions column. So this 23 is 5 of newspapers plus 18 of the social media posts for advertisement. Then this 23 is the number. So what we are saying is when you describe an output, it must sound like something that has happened. It must sound like an output and not an activity. So number of adverts posted will be 23. And the timing of delivery of that is during period 1, because we want to get the program known, because there are other subsequent activities that must be done. So to get this program known, we must do advertising. Then we'll be advertising during period 1 between April and June in this example. Within that period, it can be within the first month of that period or of that quarter, meaning that it can be in April. It doesn't have to take the whole quarter to advertise, or 3 months. It can happen within the first month or first week of April, so that we can fast track the process of recruiting these young people into the program. Are there any questions after this sub-activity? Mr. Facilitator?
So I'm just seeing someone asking to enlarge the screen.
Okay.
So when you go to the next, please enlarge the screen. I think the rest, the team have responded to what has been asked. Yeah, unless I miss something. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that requires your action.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thus far, we have completed sub-activity 1.1. So
maybe Zamile, if you can enlarge, maybe let's just get a thumbs up from the person who had raised concerns about the size, if that is now okay.
Yes, they must indicate if that is okay.
Okay, there is no any response, but it looks but yeah, there are thumbs up now for the
It's
size.
visible.
You can proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now, because we are completing this for demonstration purposes only, and we don't have the whole day, so we have decided to nominate a few of sub-activities. So the sub-activity number 1.1 was advertising. We are still in activity category 1, which is recruitment of candidates onto the program. Then after we have advertised, we'll expect them to respond to the adverts. How do they respond to that? Is through application. So they will apply for the opportunity, because the advert will be clear of the criteria that they must meet, the minimum requirements and the closing date. Your normal recruitment process. That's what we'll be doing to recruit for this program, the young people to participate. But due to time, we will not be able to complete the whole thing, but we are just highlighting the key things that the applicants must do. So it's the identification of the activity categories, the nomination of or description of sub-activities, because the main activity category does not tell you anything, but you must break it down into smaller manageable tasks called milestones or sub-activities, as I have demonstrated here. Now, in this example, after we have advertised, we will expect to receive a number of applications. So for us to receive the number of applications, we must define how they must apply. So here, we are making an example that there will be an online application. There will be a walk-in application process where they will be walking into our project offices so that they apply, they submit application forms to our offices or being assisted by the project staff. And also we will be having a USSD application system platform, which does not require any data for anyone. So after we have those or executed those activities by having working center, online application process, and also USSD application, the outputs from that will be the number of applications we'll be receiving. So number of applications received will be an output from that sub-activity. Then we are assuming that based on the previous initiative, the response rate from the press adverts is likely to be 100 from the low folder. Then from other newspapers like Sowetan, from Sowetan it will be 200, and from the Citizen it will be 150. Then from social media platforms, we will be receiving 5,000 of the reach will be 5,000, but out of 5,000, 300 will be applying. So if you add 300 from social media platforms, you add 100 from the low folder, 200 from Sowetan, and 150 from the Citizen, you will get 750. So the assumptions are clearly formulated here. It is important that when you complete your APC PIMP during your application on the portal, please always refer to the example that we have provided. The APC PIMP that you will be downloading from the GMS does have this example that we are doing here. This is for demonstration and guidance purposes. Then you can, colleagues, let me highlight that you can nominate as many as 1, 2, 3, up to 7 sub activities or 8 sub activities, because you will find out that some main activities require many sub activities for them to happen. So for an example, this one, there's many sub activities that we must have here, because after we have received the applications, we need to shortlist. So this is your normal recruitment process. After receipt of the applications, we shortlist those that are qualifying. Then after shortlisting them, we give them aptitude test. After they are successful in aptitude test, they are being trained into the roles, different roles within the ICT sector, up until they get enrolled into participation of the program. Another thing that I must highlight here, you see here the overall milestone output for activity 1. Activity 1 being the recruitment of candidates onto the program. Now, here in column G, here, what we call the overall milestone output for this particular activity. It must read like this: the number of candidates enrolled into the ICT skills training program. So this is what will be the milestone, which I will explain later how does it work. So what is important here, colleagues, is identification of the main activities or the main activity categories. Description, which is column F, description of sub-activities, defining your outputs, formulating your assumptions, and also the timing of delivery of those. You will see that many of these are taking place during the first quarter of the implementation, because this is the recruitment process. So that's why it is happening during the first period. And they will also, in terms of activity-based costing, the costs or expenses will be incurred during the first period, which Tabiso will cover when covering the financing side of things when it comes to ABC PIMP. Mr. Ziwa, before I proceed to the next section, are there any questions?
No. I think the questions that have been asked were mainly about, are you going to share and all this? I think the team has responded that this will be shared and provided the links. Let me just check if there's anything else. Okay, someone asked that I was shortlisted for the briefing session. Will I be able to receive the case study? Again, we've given a link of where all our the briefing session and this session will be provided. There was a question about would there be another advanced training session on this? Just to confirm, there has been a response. Yes, we have a masterclass training session on ABC PIMP on the 15th of this month. So again, please go to the website. There's a link for registration. I think those were the issues, but the team had responded. I'm just picking those, Zamile, but the team has responded. There's one question just came in now. What percentage of the grant can be used for OPEX?
Can someone assist us?
Ben, would you want to respond to that, Ben? I'm just picking Ben or
Nazim.
Thank you, PD. So each project is unique, and we cannot determine what a percentage. Just like we can't, we're not also determining the maximum grant each one can apply. But each project will be dealt with on an individual basis, based on its uniqueness. That's what I can say now.
Okay. Zamile, there's another question here, but I think we've responded this before. What happens if the project has already started and some costs have already been incurred? I think we did indicate that any sunk costs are not recognized as part of the match funding. So we are looking at the match funding that will be brought into funding the project activities from once the project has been approved. Okay, there's another question. My apologies. How many for how my question comes out? Does 5 million? I'm just read this one before I get it. Colleagues, anyone can answer, can follow. I'm struggling to follow the last question there that talks about, does the 5 million exist to discourage SMEs? Okay, so I think just to emphasize that as the Jobs Fund, we do work through intermediaries, and the requirements are therefore for the intermediaries who are going to then apply. The intermediaries will then have their selection criteria to work with the various medium to small enterprises. So it is not there to discourage anyone to apply. It is a criteria that is meant for the SMEs that or the intermediaries that we work through with. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. I see others were indicating that my screen is blank on their end. If they can indicate, if they can see now. Xavier, can you see my screen? And others can indicate.
Yes, I can see. I think Eldon gave them an example of a guidance of what to do.
Oh, okay.
All right. You may proceed, Zamine.
Yes. All right. We have covered the activities, outputs, assumptions, and the timing of delivery of those. Now, we have talked of program indicators, and also we've got our own indicator definitions protocol, which is part of the term sheet. The term sheet is available on the website. If you go through the term sheet, you will come across our indicator definitions. Then you read and understand what each indicator means before you can complete your application on the GMS. But for this example, the project will be providing us with the number of placements with project partners and beyond project partners, and also they will also train beneficiaries. So not all indicators will be the same for all projects. You will only nominate the program indicators that will best suit your project. So how do you get here? When you open your APC PIMP, you will scroll down, 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 down until you get to see program indicators, which is line number 160 of this. Then you will have to complete what is applicable to you, and also the means of verification, column G. Please indicate if you will be able to provide these to the Jobs Fund, because whenever you are reported, you need to provide the evidence of what you are reporting. Then we go to the project-specific indicators. So, as I was explaining above, so the projects will need to identify their own project-specific indicators. Here, you will see in line 82, here, the number of candidates enrolled into the ICT skills program. That is a project-specific indicator, because it doesn't fit anywhere here where we have covered the main program indicators, which are predetermined by the Jobs Fund. But rather, you will have seen when I was completing activity category 1, this was the overall output milestone for that activity, which is number of candidates enrolled. Then the means of verification for that will be the register for enrolled candidates. You need to complete the means of verification even here. Then when that would have happened, it happened during period 1. And how many of those candidates? It was 500, those that were enrolled into the program. So what we are saying here is, if we are saying the number of, it means that even here, your target will be a number, not a percentage or a rand value. So what you are defining here, number of candidates, we need to see a number here, nothing else, no percentages, no rands, because they must be directly linked. So we expect to see that when we appraise your APC PIMPs. Then, before I ask if there are any other questions, so the APC PIMP code, you can have activity categories of up to 6 activity categories. Then activity category 7, it is pre-populated by the Jobs Fund. Why? Because this is the monitoring and evaluation category, which the Jobs Fund has a specific requirement for it. So the contracted or the approved projects will be required to hire or employ monitoring and evaluation firms or evaluation service providers to assist them in producing the M&E plans to conduct evaluations such as formative evaluations, midterm evaluation, and summative evaluations. And that must happen, the appointment and all that must happen during period 1. So what we are saying here, please don't tamper with this activity category. It has been pre-populated for everyone. But what you can do is to provide budget for when you scroll along to the left on the activity-based costing.
Zamile,
yes,
do you mind just to pause? Eldon, do you want to come in and just explain to people? I see there are now a number of messages indicating can't see the screen, can't see the screen. I know Eldon had posted something. Eldon, would you want maybe to just come in and explain?
Yes, thanks, Xavier. The screen is visible on our end. If there is an issue where you cannot see the screen, we have a couple of suggestions, which is to either log out of the meeting and log back in. I think in the extreme case where the individual logged out and logged back in, I think that maybe it's best that you restart your machine, but it is visible on our end, so the fault must be on your device. So either you are restarting your machine or you are updating your MS Teams. Apologies for any inconvenience caused, but the screen is visible on our end. Thanks, Xavier.
Okay, thanks, Eldon. Zamile, back to you.
Thanks.
Apologies for interrupting.
Yes, thanks, colleagues. So the presentation, just to allay their fear, the presentation, colleagues, will be made available after today. So even those who are logging on and off, this recording will be available. They can always refer if they have missed anything. Let me proceed. So we are saying the applicants must not tamper with this activity category called monitoring and evaluation. So we have given there in red font, please do not adjust activities and outputs 7.1 to 7.6. These are standard requirements for all applicants. But what can they do is to only provide us or complete the budgeting side of things. And of course, they must provide assumptions and all that, which will be covered by Tabiso, our finance analyst. So I just wanted to highlight that. So they are required to appoint an M&E firm and also auditors, because you will be required to, on an annual basis, audit the project and submit to the jobs fund on an annual basis for the project duration. So you appoint your evaluation service providers and also independent audit firms to assist with you for auditing. Again, you budget for that. So that will be covered during budgeting section of this session. Then you will be required to report on a quarterly basis. You will see here from period 1 to period 12, if the project is 3 years, you will be required to report. So there will be 12 in total. There will be 12 quarterly reports, because our project implementation is our projects are being implemented on a quarterly basis. Then you are required to report for us to disperse funds for you to carry out activities. Are there any additions, colleagues, from my colleagues? Ben, do you want to add anything? Through you, Chair, are there any other additions from my colleagues from the Jobs Fund? Is there anything I have left that they think it must be added?
No, everything has been responded to. There's a question that last came in. You can respond. Do you have a standard reporting template?
Oh, okay. So our reporting at like now you are applying via GMS on the portal. So our quarterly reports are done also on the GMS. So when you get approved, the GMS team will reconfigure for your project to be able to report on a quarterly basis. And these are only shared with the approved applicants who become the Jobs Fund partners. We train them. Upon approval, we will train them on our reporting requirements for both financial and non-financial performance information reporting. I hope they are answered.
Thank you, Zamile. There is also another question, which sorry, there's a pop-up so that is now moved. Okay, taking into consideration the time it will take to start project due to the payment issues from your side. Do you want us to plan for that on the template? I'm not sure what the question was about, to plan for what. If maybe the attendee might clarify, but if you are talking about what Zamila was talking about, monitoring and evaluation, yes, the expectation is you need to plan based on the project rollout, but please just clarify what that meant. I'm not sure if there's anything else that has not been responded to. Most of the things the teams have responded to.
PD,
Yes.
just to emphasize that the requirement for an independent M&E firm to do the formative, the midterm, and summative, it is just to have that independence. You can't evaluate yourself. So we just need, it is just for credibility as well. And yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ben. The last question is there a minimum of number of beneficiaries for each project? Again, as we have indicated, it all depends with each project. We cannot specify what is the minimum, for example, like say trained beneficiaries who must be onboarded. It is about project specific, and then you compete against other projects in terms of what is the impact of those. So there is no minimum in terms of the number of beneficiaries for each project. It all depends. I think that's that has covered all the questions that are there. Zamine?
Okay. I think in absence of any other questions, colleagues, I have covered the most of the things that the applicants will have to cover on tab number 2. Remember, you will have to complete all the tabs, and we have demonstrated in the previous session, in the previous slides that I was covering, saying the project information tab must be fully completed. So tab number 2, activity, output, outcome, cost tab, we have just demonstrated here on how to complete it. What is it that you must not tamper with? And also it is important that before attempting to complete, you read the instructions. The instructions are there to be read and to be followed by the applicants. I will stop there, Chair, in absence of any other questions, inputs, remarks from the applicants.
Okay, there is one more question that has just come in, Zamile. It says activity number 7, monitoring and evaluation. What information is actually required here from the applicants?
I was saying the information required from the applicants is if they go through this activity. So they must not tamper with what is already here populated on this. I will give an example from column C to column T. What they can do for us, what is required of them, is to give us what will cost them to appoint, for an example, an M&E service provider. So we have already populated some information here, but they must just give us the costs. How much will it cost them to do summative or formative evaluation report, the audit? And that must be based on something like your costs and all that. So they are not required to do anything except that. As we have highlighted here, there's a red text here saying, please do not adjust activities and outputs 7.1 to 7.6. These are standard requirements. It is important, let me read that text. It is important that applicants budget for reporting to the Jobs Fund for the duration of the total contracted period. So to answer that question, what is required of them is to give us, in this activity category, is to give us costs. How much will it cost them to conduct or carry out these activities? And it must be based on something.
Okay, thank you, Zamile. There is another question which I responded to. I think I missed that. It reads, I couldn't join the briefing session, but listen to the recording. Can I carry on and submit the application after this training? Yes, the submission of an application is not dependent on whether you attended the briefing session, the training session, or the ABC PIMP. These are the the way we are trying to assist the applicants. So even if one is not attended any of those, they are not precluded from submitting the application. Okay, I think that covers. I'm just scrolling down. Yes, I think that covers all the issues that has been raised, and colleagues have been responding timeously. Thank you very much. Anything else, Amelia, from you?
No, Chair. That will be it from myself. And again, as we were saying, the applicants will be assisted in completing the ABC PIMP. The Jobs Fund team will not complete the ABC PIMP for the applicants, but rather they will assist them in completing it. We will provide technical assistance for both on how to identify activities, how to formulate and describe assumptions, outputs, etc., etc. That's what we'll be doing, but we'll not complete it for them. We'll provide technical assistance. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Zamile, for covering that section. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ahead of schedule. Zamile was scheduled to finish at 1 o'clock. We finished about 20 minutes or so ahead. Just want to check whether we, and maybe that's what I'm going to propose now. So for ease of continuity, maybe we break earlier now for the 45-minute break lunch we're supposed to have. So we break now and we come back at 25 past 1, so we can then proceed, and we can also finish much earlier because I think the session for Tabiso, it would not be fair for him to do 20 minutes and then we break. So are members okay that we break for lunch now for 45 minutes and be back at 25 past? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. All right, so colleagues, we will break for lunch and then we'll resume at 1:25. That will give us about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you very much. Okay, right, so we are back. Let's just check by way of thumbs up, just to confirm that members, okay, I'm still seeing very few thumbs up. Yes, the number is going up. Okay, the body is almost full with the thumbs. That's excellent. I think some hands raised. I think it's supposed to be thumbs up, or they are double confirming their presence. Thank you very much. Right. Once again, welcome back to our session. As we did indicate, if you have any issue that you would want to raise, please do post it and we'll be able to respond to it. Also, just to remind again that this presentation will be shared and we'll be posting where and how to access the presentation. We now move on to the next section of our presentation. Zamile has given us a brief on the importance of the ABC PIMP, really lining up with the theory of change, and showed us that the ABC PIMP is really what talks to the project theory of change and what are the activities side and how logical should these activities be, and also the importance of the assumptions that come with those. However, whatever is done to the right must also be done to the left, or to the left, or to the right, or whichever. One of the side must be done to the one of the other side, whichever right or the left. So now Tabiso is going to come in now to show us on the costing side of it, how do we address these things? And he is going to base his presentation on the same example, the case study that was sent out, the case study that Zamile was using. So over to you, Tabiso. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. So I think in response to that, we're moving from left to right. So whatever must be done to the left must also be done to the right. So the left representing the section that Zamile covered. So moving from that, we're going to move to the finance side. And basically, we're just going to cover on how you need to complete the finance tabs. We'll look at the overview, basically looking at all the tabs, and then look at each individual tabs and how to complete it. But more importantly, I also want to touch on the key issues around, or nuances around completing those cost items. So similar to Zamile's approach, due to time constraints, we'll only be focusing on a few sections or a few activities within each tab so that we can cover all the material. So just briefly, the finance section is made up of the following tabs. They are highlighted in brown. Of course, the brown one being shared with the activity and outcome, with being shared with the activities that Zamile has covered. So moving from there, then we also have tab number 3, which is our finance tab, all right, which will covers all the income coming into the project. And then lastly, we have our funding allocation.
Sorry, Tabiso, there is a request about, may you please increase the font?
Increase the font, okay?
Yes.
All right. Is that clear for everybody? Sorry, sir.
Okay, maybe I might also call in Eldon. I don't know how to explain it. I would want to watch it. You also did explain how one can increase on their own laptop. Would you mind just to come in, Eldon?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Xavier. For those that want to zoom in further on the example, you can simply click on the screen and using the control button and your mouse, you can zoom in and out depending on your preference. So that's one way, and it doesn't disrupt the presenter from viewing his screen. So that's just a little trick. I'll put the message in the chat again. Thanks, Xavier.
Thanks, Eldon. Tabiso, you may proceed.
Thank you. So I'm just going to switch off my camera just for bandwidth sake. And picking up from where I left off, we're just talking about the different tabs concerning the finance. We spoke about tab number 2, which we're going to come back to in just a moment. Then we have our finance tab, which is all the cash inflows or cash income. And then we have the funding allocation, which basically allocates the funds or the cost between the different funding flows. Okay, so let's go back to the activity output outcome cost. We're going to follow through. So I've gone from the extreme left, where we were covering all the sections concerning the M&E, concerning all the activities, pardon me. And if we move across there, we see the structure is quite similar when we move to the finance side. So the finance side starts there under activity-based costing. All right, activity-based costing simply means that we are costing items according to the activity. This also helps us get a more accurate costing, because we're able to then allocate costs related to the activity. So the first one is a project description, which it simply just describes what is the type of cost that we're paying for. And then as we move across, then we have our SCOA codes. Now, these SCOA codes are important because what they basically do is to classify the cost. So in accounting terms, you'd usually you'd refer to them as GL accounts. Here we refer to them as the SCOA, which is your standard chartered of accounts. Okay, and those are broken into two. So what you then do is when you go into to select the type of cost, you have a drop-down menu, and then you select the type of account that most closely resembles what it is that you are costing. Okay, so in this case, it's a service that we're getting to advertise. So this falls under goods and services. And if after you've selected the goods and services, then the sub activity, or the level 2 SCOA code, which is basically gives a more detailed breakdown of what is included in those costs. Okay, then we move across. Then now what you need to do is think, okay, what is the total cost of this activity? So how much are you going to pay in total throughout the life of the project? Okay. I want to link this point to the cost assumption. So please just keep that in mind as I move along. So the next one that I'll cover is just really talking about whether this is direct or indirect, or a reimbursement. This was explained earlier on. This would be related to cost. For example, let's say you pay salaries from your corporate account. Okay, so you run your payroll out of your corporate account, and some of those resources that you are paying for, these could be, whether they're existing or new staff salaries, for example. You're paying them from your corporate account, and those then you would want the project to reimburse for those specific for those costs that were paid from, say, your corporate account. And then you would select the item, the reimbursement. But again, we want to shy away from reimbursement. So as much as possible, we encourage that projects pay all the expenses out of our ring-fenced bank account. For those that aren't aware, when we start, you would be required to open up a specific project bank account, which is ring-fenced, to only record those income and expenses related to the project. The next one then is your inflation. So inflation or cost adjustment, we do know that costs will increase have a tendency to increase from year to year. This is due to inflation. And usually you'd look at targeting within the inflation band as a baseline, say about 6 to 7%. But you need to consider how that cost behaves. So some costs rise faster than other costs rise. For example, you had issues around, we had issues around the war in Ukraine, which subsequently then increased fuel costs. So in that aspect, we then expect costs to rise much faster than your general inflation rate. Okay, now we come here to the cost assumptions. All right. I just want to give everybody just one moment. We're going to read through what this cost assumption is. And before I do that, what the whole point of this cost assumptions is to enable the appraiser to be able to actually, be able to recalculate and understand how then you came up with the cost for your total activity. Okay. And to some extent as well, the timing of which, if there are any specific assumptions related to that. So having read this, the question in your mind is, after reading this, so 20,000 to place an advert on Sowetan Live, once off, and this is based on quotations, based on the average cost in the previous financial year. Okay, so if I then came to you and I said, okay, please use this assumption to tell me what the total cost is, without actually having seen that it's 165, it would be unlikely that you'll be able to calculate exactly to how then that 165 is made up. So we need to make sure that you provide as much detail as possible. Even a calculation in there would actually go a long way to assisting the appraiser to see how it is you came up with that specific cost. So for this example here, the one thing I just want to do here is, let me just highlight the second section so we can actually see what the difference looks like. Okay, so another example. If I then came down here and I said to you, okay, the units and bases is 33 advertisement at 5,000 for each advertisement. We have a 13 in period 1, and then we have 20 in period 2. And again, this would be based on quote. So looking at this, can I work back to what the total cost is? Well, let's see there. If we then go 33 multiplied by 5,000, that will give us 165. So yes, I can use the information provided to work back to it. Then the last thing would be to say, okay, we've got 13 in period 1 and 20 in period 3. Okay, so there is enough information here to calculate how we get to our total cost. But now, looking at it a little bit further, then the question is, does it look reasonable? So one thing we're always assessing is whether these costs are reasonable, whether the costs are, we are optimizing and, running cost effectively and efficiently. So 33 new adverts, it sounds like it's a little bit too much to put out 33 new adverts for recruiting. So again, as we are appraising, we then come back to the applicant, and then we'll discuss whether this is appropriate, this is reasonable, and if need be, then we will adjust. So remember, throughout the process, until we get to contracting, this will be a working document. So as we get comments, as we appraise your project, and we pick up things, and we come back to you, and then you would then have to come. Then we make adjustment as we move along. Okay, so that basically covers on the cost assumptions. There's just one more important detail is, for any of the costs that you put here, you would have had to go on and really have done your homework. So how did you get to the cost? You then need to come back and then evidence it to us. So if you say this was based on quotations, then during appraisal, we will ask you for those quotations. And then obviously we would do our assessments or evaluations to see whether or not these costs are reasonable. I mean, for example, can we do it cheaper? Can we get it somewhere else? And these are things that we can discuss with you as we engage with as our engagements take place. All right, so that covers issues around the cost assumptions. I just want to stop for the time being and ask Xavier, are there any questions at this stage?
No, you can proceed.
We're
The team
good.
is
Okay.
responding. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, lovely. All right. Then this section again, like whatever happens on the left, you'll see that it really reflects all the activities on the right. So these are the costs associated with them, and the timing is very important. I'm going to also touch a little bit more on timing and what this really looks like. Okay. One more sheet that I had forgotten to cover was this SCOA Auto. During the last session, there was questions around reporting, but basically this document here is the one that is really uploaded onto our GMS system to get all the budgets on every quarter. So we're actually working with this, and so I'd like you to keep this in mind as we complete the finance tabs. Okay, so I'm just going to go back. Right. So we're speaking about the timing here. So what you see here is the period of implementation. We've spoken about before that costs that take place before this period. So assuming your project start date is the 1st of April 2026, right, then you would expect to pay, the budget would be to pay 65,000 in period one between April and June, okay? And then the second period then follows, you're expected to pay 100,000. So when we go and evaluate your bank, your bank transactions on a quarterly basis, you send us the bank statements, and then we will check, okay, did you spend the 65,000? If you did not spend the 65,000, why not? Because it's a problem. If you don't spend the money, it means that it could indicate that the project is not being implemented as planned. Okay, so that comes back to the timing. But one of the biggest issues within timing that we experience quite a bit here is that period one, we often have projects that overestimate, because this is 3 months. So people would tend to, just look at the period, but not noting that this is 3 months. So, for example, if it was 3 months salaries, for example, that are bundled up in here, and the project only actually starts, let's say, your first disbursement comes in late in May or early in June. So you effectively only have 1 month to implement, and that means you're probably only going to pay 1 month worth of salaries or whatever that expense is. So it would be important for you to go back and check that this is still valid when it comes to contracting. So as one of the participants had spoken about delays in getting the grant funding. And usually you'd find that when it comes to contracting, some projects, there are some documents that are missing. And for example, the match funding agreement hasn't yet been finalized, and therefore the grant is delayed. And because of that, meeting those conditions, there may be a delay, and your project then starts only in, say, May or June, and therefore you have to adjust these. You have to keep a lookout for the costs that now you had estimated will be spent in that period. And then as we move across, all of these costs, 165,000, will then be added up to the total amount allocated. So you see total allocated. And in the beginning, we had budgeted what is the total cost of that activity. The spreadsheet will then check to say if you haven't allocated all the costs. So if I remove the 65,000, for example, and we go back there, then you'll see 65,000 comes up highlighted in red. This is to indicate that something is missing. So this is a tool or check to help you review the cost that you've allocated over the period. In this example, we see that the 65,000 is short, meaning that you have under allocated. So then if once we put the 65,000 on, then that goes away. And obviously with any assumption comes risk, right? So we had a quote. So is that quote valid? So there may be a change, for example, so prices may change. So there's a risk around that, which of course will then have to be addressed in terms of how you plan to mitigate that risk. Okay, great. So that covers how we then complete the activity outcome, moving across to from left to right on this particular sheet. Then I want to cover some nuances, and in there as well, I'm going to also touch base on salaries, because this is also we experience a lot of issues in terms of things on how do we allocate salaries and how we evidence them, of course. So moving across then, we're going to go to activity 1.3, where now this is a short listing, which is done by the project staff. Okay. Similarly, we need to do the same and allocate the cost. Okay, so what is the SCOA code? So this would be, for example, compensation. Okay, are they existing or are they new staff salaries? And you would need to select accordingly. So existing if it's existing. And again, just to remind you that all of this will pull through into your SCOA auto. So very important that you have those SCOA codes, because without those SCOA codes, then the expense won't pull through. So you can see here in each period going back, it's pulling from the activity outcome output outcome cost, all the related cash flows to this cost item for each period. But if I remove this, then what happens? I go back there and let's see if I still got our 50,000 in the first period. We can see there it's gone. And that's because it's not picking up the correct SCOA code, and hence it's not able to allocate it accordingly. Let's pause there for a second and just check, do we have any questions at this point in time?
Yes.
Are we good?
There is a question.
Yes.
Just trying to. Okay, I'm still not sure what is being funded. Okay, now it is moved. Sorry, I'm just trying to read the question. I'm still not sure what is being funded. One, jobs created and to be created, and the salaries and the overhead costs related to it. That's green economy. Two, the investment cost, machinery, tools, buildings to create this new green technology investment that would be employing new staffing positions. So I think there is a clarification of what are you funding. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's actually easier to look at things that we don't fund. So I mean, we generally fund we look at what the funding gap first of all is in the project, and those are specific items. Those would be the items that the grant then should be funding, and then this in how we are able to evaluate that, of course, is from what your budget is. Things that we don't fund, for example, are heavy infrastructure. So we could fund light equipment, for example, but things like your big buildings or big machinery, and even think about like mining machinery, for example, those are things that we wouldn't fund. I just want to check if any of my colleagues want to add to that. Okay, I'm going to assume that it is clear.
Okay. Then there's another question. If it is, I think someone's a follow-up. If it is salary reimbursement or any other reimbursement, must the institution raise an invoice against the activity stroke staffing resource. So basically it's about if it's a reimbursement, what evidence?
Yes, so the evidence, thank you for that too. So the evidence, yes, you could raise an invoice, but of course that's not always possible, especially because if the invoice, if it's within the project is sitting within the same company that's raising the invoice. So it's almost like the company is raising an invoice to itself. But we would need documentation to evidence that this is the reimbursement, and this is what was approved. So there would be some sort of, like, for example, in some cases we have reimbursements for salaries, and we'd have a schedule, but it needs to be signed for it to be accepted as evidence for that particular cost. In some cases, yes, we would then have the supporting evidence if, for example, it was a purchase that was done from the corporate account for something else, and there's an invoice attached to that. Then we would also need that to be uploaded along with your schedule.
Okay. You are very popular, Tabiso. There's another question. Will you fund PPE, that is personal protection equipment for staff? I can take that quickly. I think that will fall under goods and services, and again, it depends on what your project is all about. And yes, that can be funded depending again on your project, if that is what is required. But Tabiso, you can respond to that if you want to add.
Thank you, sir. And I think that you've covered it very well on that point.
Okay, there is another comment. I think there's one about audited accounts. This has been responded to. The last one is, would you fund the construction of a chrome wash plant? Machinery has already been bought. Okay. I think it's not quite clear when you talk about the chrome wash plant, to what extent that is large infrastructure. But I think basically, as we did indicate in our briefing session, we would not fund large infrastructure. We do fund enabling infrastructure. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not technical from the chrome wash plant. What exactly needs to be funded there, onto the construction and so forth. So maybe the applicant can just give more information of what exactly, but just to note that we do not fund large infrastructure. We do fund enabling infrastructure, and it's outlined. It's also in our term sheet. So if I think that's Mbali Chabango, if you can please elaborate what you mean by that, noting what I've just said, that we don't fund large infrastructure, we do fund enabling infrastructure. Okay, but I'm not quite sure what is involved in the chrome wash plant today. Okay, I think there's another comment below. Oh, there now. Let me just see. Okay, I think they have now all responded to, unless I've missed. Yeah, they've now responded to. You can proceed.
Thank you, sir. So again, just back on salaries there. Similarly, you'd obviously have your cost assumptions, so that we need to know how you came to that 500. Sometimes this may be representative of more than one resource, right? So it can be bundled up in here, or you could have every single line item in here. If there's lots of staff that may not be, lots of project staff that may not be, that then putting it on the front or directly on the sheet may not be suitable, and you may then want to then have a sort of summary that shows how you then got to it. So for salary specifically, we have project salaries, a schedule that can then tell us how you came to that number. So in this example here, where we're saying, okay, we've got a project manager, an administrator. This is the average salary per month that each one of those earns or is going to be paid, and this is the total. This is the total amount that we've budgeted for them. So here, basically, I've just taken the annual salary by 3. And then we're saying then how much then we are allocating to that specific activity. Now, there's 2 ways to do this, by the way. You can you can allocate to each specific activity to say, okay, the project manager will be, say, 10% on activity 1, and on the next activity, they could be, say, for example, 5%. ETC for the total cost that you're allocating. In some of the cases, what the simpler way is, because within the activity, when they do the setup, then they have, they for example, in activity 1, when they're setting up the project, then they would list them, they would allocate all the costs within that activity. But what's important and what we need to know is how you came about to allocating, say, 10%. 50%. It can't just be a thumbs-up. So we need some basis of allocation to the project. And this, for example, is in a context. Let's say you've got an NGO that does multiple projects, right? So Jobs Fund is not the only project. So if we came and said, no, we're going to allocate 100% to Jobs Fund, it means that the project is being overcharged, because we know that there's 10 other projects. So if you just simply do it, say all the projects are similar, and then you say, okay, we'll divide by 10, then we're saying, okay, 10% will go into the Job Fund project. Okay. And then to add to that further, and just in general, wherever you have some amount that's been bundled up in here, you can add a spreadsheet. So, for example, perhaps you had a budget that you worked off to get to this 500. Then what you then do is you can go in and add your own, budget that you had formulated, so that it can assist the appraiser to understand how it is you got to those numbers. Okay. And then for the rest, we'll follow this similar approach in completing all of the information right down to the M&E section that we spoke on earlier, and with the same principle in terms of the timing and amount of each of those cash flows. Then now we've completed the costing section. Basically costing each individual activity or sub-activity included in here. Now the question is, how then do we fund it? Okay, this is where the financing plan comes in. So you have said, this is what we need to do. Now, which gives you how the total cost of the project, and then you come here and say, this is how we're going to fund it. Okay. The financing plan is basically made up of two types of cash flows, right? There's the primary cash inflows, all right? These are your your funding, so your grant funding and your match funding. And then you have the other cash flow that we're looking at is your secondary cash inflows, which is other project income. Which I'll explain a bit further as we go into, as we move along the example. But in short here, you have your Jobs Fund grant each quarter. So remember, the way we work is you deposit your match funding contribution for that quarter, and then we deposit the grant funding, of course, with all the conditions having been met. Noting that in period 1, we do an advance payment so that you can go and carry out your activities for that quarter. And that only when it comes to the next quarter, we're then going to say, okay, so this project promised to do so many jobs. It was supposed to spend this much money. Did it do that? It was supposed to carry out these activities And the outcome of those activities were either jobs, people being trained, or project-specific indicators. And as well, there would be spending implications related to spending. Did the project spend as it was supposed to spend? Is it spending too much? Is it spending too little? And that's what we do essentially when we're appraising the project. And then we release the next, we will then release the next grant disbursement once again after you've deposited your portion of the match funding first. And of course, you would give us a bank account statement showing that the match funding has been deposited. So this is now basically highlighting how then you would complete your cash inflows. A question I get asked quite often around when applicants are completing the ABC PIMP is how much grant can I ask for in that quarter? Well, at a baseline, it will depend on what are you contracted in terms of what we call the match funding ratio. So match funding ratio, simply put, is the total amount of grant over it's basically your total match funding over your grant. It's that ratio between your match funding and your grant. So let's take a simple project where we say we're going to put one and we're going to put one, right? This is for if that was for example, for a private company, then we put in one, and then that means then you would put in one, and you would need to then maintain your match funding ratio of 1:1. Right, that's just a simple view, but then we need to also go in a little bit deeper to say what activities as well is the grant funding. So once we conclude, we've gone through all these activities, right? There is, which I'm just going to jump to the next tab. I haven't touched on it yet, but we do then allocate costs or split them between what is in the grant, what will the grant pay for, and what will the match funding pay for. So if we go back to our example in activity, in the activity outcome, we see here that we had 500,000 that was allocated for salaries and wages. Now, in our assessment, you may then find that, okay, we're saying that the salaries would be funded from match funding, for example, right? So if that was the case, coming back to this part here, so if it was 1:1, you simply have 1 million, right? Let me add another 0 there. So you've got 1 million to 1 million done. But now we're saying, no, but wait, hold on. The 500,000 that was supposed to be paid, just by way of example, was going to be allocated to the match funding. So therefore, the whole grant would not be funding. The grant wouldn't be funding that 500,000. So probably what you'd have is a scenario where you have 1.5 million being funded by, say, the match funding. But generally speaking, as a baseline, you need to, at minimum, make sure that you maintain your contracted match funding ratio throughout each quarter. Okay. Important when you're doing this sheet, please detail as much information as possible. The point of this really is also to say this must reflect what is in your match funding agreement. So it's no use putting in 1.5 million in period 1, but your agreement says you're only going to get your the match funding is only going to be deposited, say, in October. And then when it comes to implementation, we're going to ask you to deposit that 1.5 million before we put in our 1 million. And then you don't have that because you're still expecting it in, say, period 3. And that results in that's going to delay the project. So it's very important that you understand your term sheet, and then these figures that you plot in are related to your term sheet. Remember, in some cases, the funder may just give it as a lump sum, which is great. Then you'll have a big surplus sitting in your account, in which case some applicants will elect to use, say, an investment account so that they can sweep it out of there to earn interest, and then just put in their quarterly amount into the main project bank account. Okay. So that really covers on some of the key aspects when it comes to the financing part. And then I think when we go into the master class, we'll speak more around the other aspects or the other fundings and nuances around it, like what is other project income. In this example, for example, if it was a train in place, that could be from service, for example, service sales. So if you get a placement fee, that would come in here, or if there's VAT output, if there's a VAT refund, that would come in here. Why I'm highlighting this, even though it's not here, is there's a tendency for applicants to say, okay, I have 10 million that I need to contribute as a part of my match funding. But the project is going to earn 2 million somewhere down the line because of these placement fees or something like that. So I'm only going to put in 8 million, and then the 2 million will come from the secondary. Will come from other project income. That is wrong. Other project income cannot be recognized as funding, because in fact that income was generated as a result of both the jobs fund contribution and the match funding that was contributed. This was not, and hence from that view, we cannot then say that this is match funding. So the only match funding must be the match funding that that is coming from either your own or your other sources. We can also and then loan financing as well. Okay, so this covers pretty much the financing plan and how to complete it. As we move through the appraisal process, in the beginning, you may not have these details, conditions of funding right in the beginning, right? You may just have a commitment letter to say, if this happens, then, the funder is happy to fund us. And then as appraisals progress, especially up to stage 2, by that stage, you need to make sure that you have your match funding agreement before we contract. So you get your conditions, and then you'll be able to update this. And this is really helpful, because if anybody coming back and they need to know what's happening with the match funding, why aren't we receiving it, then this is helpful, because then you can tell us, okay, there may be it may be tranche, for example, or there's certain conditions around it. Okay, and this is the importance of really completing this and giving as much detail as possible. A question, of course, that may come around is, yes, but we could have started with advantage. We could have started, with contributions from other sources. We could have started here with Vista Foundation, that was meant to contribute this 1.7 million, but they pulled out and we got another funder. That's okay. But you need to also, same would apply, that you need to submit all, we need to have those agreements, but at the end of the day, you would still be expected to make sure that you deposit what the match funding that was required for that quarter. And then, of course, in your reporting on DMS, you would then specify where the money came from. That could be your own contributions or from Vista, or if you got a new funder, then you then also specify that funder when you do the reporting. Now, what you also see here is this row here, on row 15, where it says, okay, this is to help you when you are, when you're completing this tab, to say, have I put in enough? So, for example, if I take that out, watch what happens. There we go. It goes into a deficit. Right. Why? Because now we've got expenses in period 1, which we can have a view here. So we've got a total expenditure of 390,000, but we've got the only income that we have is in kind, but we have no, essentially we got less income than our expenses for that quarter, and therefore it goes into a deficit. And what's important is we're looking at the cumulative deficit, because essentially it means your bank account is sitting on minus 365. Which is unlikely unless, of course, you're running an overdraft. But essentially, we shouldn't be seeing cumulative deficit. So, of course, to correct that, you would then need to either you plug in your cash inflows for the quarter, or it may be a matter that and let's just say, for example, hypothetically speaking, you didn't have the 2.5 million, and your expenses were, let's say, for the quarter was 2.5 million. It may be necessary as well to look at where your activities then fall in, can be financed. And so it's really a balancing act between your expenses and your activity outcome cost as well, and then you're balancing against your financing flow, cash inflows, or your income. Just want to stop here for a moment and check if we have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Tabi. So most of the questions has been answered, but I think there is someone who has requested that we email an example of cash flow, balance sheet, and so forth. I think my response will be there. Obviously, those documents depend on which sector you are. And I think if one checks, because we've emailed this document, but if you're looking for a generic income statement, cash flow, and balance sheet, I think if one just Googles in terms of their specific sector, they will get a general guidance. But for the ABC, for us from the finances, we use this ABC PIMP as indicated. I think one other question that I picked maybe just needs explanation. It has been responded, is to do with the on-lending projects, which was indicating that the on-lending would not, the funds from the on-lender would not necessarily be available at the time the grant is being made, and how do we reconcile that? And I think the response has been given that we always take cognizance of that when we are looking at the financing on the on-lending. In some cases, the on-lending comes a month after, let's say, the beginning of the quarter or at the end of the quarter, because we also know that it gets costly. The moment you borrow the money, you must start paying it. So all that has to be disclosed at the time of assessment and at the time of contracting, so that the ABC PIMP and the approval process are clearly captured to show that there will be a leg of a week, a month, or whatever the case might be, because it has to be on a case-by-case basis. So that will be taken into account. It's not so that's how it will be. I'm just checking if there is anything else. I think most of the issue, or all the issues, have been responded to. If there is anything that has not been covered, we will address that. But maybe I'm just going through maybe other members also from the Jobs Fund, just see, is there anything that we've missed from there? There were a lot of questions, but there was also the team was frantically responding. So I think we have covered the issues that were raised. Okay.
Chantal Abrams, please post your question in the chat. But Xavier, one of the things that has come up that I've just observed in the chat here is that people, within the informal economy and within the green economy, it is true that you cannot, in those small enterprises, you cannot expect those small enterprises to be creating jobs at scale, right? So in an application, you probably would look at an aggregator or a strategic partner who would submit an application, who would have the ability to work with multiple smaller operations, right? and in that way create the requisite number of jobs. I think we must be clear, there is no argument. You know, scale means different things. You can be scaling wide, you can be scaling up, or you can be scaling deep. And that applies to how you build institutional capacity. It applies to how you partner with other, with strategic partners and others who are operating in that ecosystem. But it really is up to the applicant, the intermediary in this instance, to then structure the application in such a way that they demonstrate that they have the ability to crowd in the smaller operators and also then take on, you know, the administrative responsibilities of being able to support the smaller operators. Thanks, Xavier.
Thank you, DTG. Thank you very much for that. All right. I think all those have been addressed. Tabiso, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. So lastly, then we go to the funding allocation tab. And this again, as I explained earlier on, it is to say who is funding what, right? And a very good tool for you to use as well, to also evaluate, you know, where the funding gap is. Where should the grant be playing in? For example, like in items, or we could say the training. The grant fund will fund the training for the beneficiaries, which in normal commercial terms wouldn't be done by you know, by other funders. So there's a gap here. So in that case, then you would allocate, you know, the training cost here. You know, either it's split depending on your funding agreement, for example, in a train in place model such as this one, the funder could say, no, we're going to pay about 60% of, you know, we're going to be paying 60% of training. So therefore, then you would actually go and split this between 60-40, between, say, the grant and the between the grant and the match funding contributions. All right. So this is how then you would do it. But I just want to also just touch base on some of these the areas that you just need to look out for. So going across, what you see here, this error check is asking, did you allocate the whole cost? Okay, did you allocate the full 165? So you can see that if let me blow this up a little bit so it's a bit more clearer. So if I, for example, was had said, okay, match funding is going to cover 300,000 of the 500,000, then what you'll see there is the error check will immediately come up with the 200,000 missing. Okay, so you'll see as soon as we complete that, then the 200,000 goes away. Similarly, if you go down, this one then checks, okay, have you allocated the full grant or the full match funding or whichever other income source that's applicable to the project? Okay, so again, in this case, you can see here we've allocated only, if my thing can come up, it's not there. So we've allocated 830,000. There's a total amount, okay? But what is the total grant amount? It's 9.7 million. So meaning that we still need to allocate 8.9 million into the grant. And similarly, the same would apply to the other areas. Okay. And I just want to stop on the funding allocation before I close off. There's just one or two other things, nuances, issues that I just want to highlight as well. Do we have any questions at this point, sir?
You may proceed, Tabiso, the one that has been responded to. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. So we already spoke about period one expenses. Again, I'm going to repeat this. It almost happens every year. We have issues around budgeting for period one, and it can be for various reasons. And some they just if the estimation is wrong. There's been changes, for example, as I'd highlighted. So please remember, in period one, before you sign your contract, or we sign off on this ABC PIMP, just go back and check and say, is this still valid? Right? If there's changes that need to be done, as well, the team this side will also review accordingly and engage with the applicant. And then also, while then we do appraisals, remember that there's likely to be changes, highly likely, as we go through the various stages. Also go back and check. So if you remove an activity, for example, don't forget to remove the cost side of it. That's very important there. And then one issue is around VAT. So all prices must include VAT. Okay. We are looking at the actual cash. So when we look at your bank account to verify, for example, you said you're going to spend 165,000 on advertising. All right, you're not going to budget. The amount that's going to go off your bank account is going to be 165,000, not 165,000 excluding VAT. The problem, and we've seen it before, is where applicants budget, they put in the items excluding VAT in here. Then essentially, for example, it means on a 20 million project, you've probably under budgeted by, say, 3.5 million if you take the 15% into account, right? Which means then you have a massive shortfall which you need to cover. And the only way to cover that will be with, well, there's only one of two things that could happen. Either you then go and get more match funding so that you can cover that gap, and the other then way would be, then it needs to, depending on how significant that change, if you have to reduce activities and outputs and so forth, it actually means that your project may need to even go back to our committee to decide, whether or not we still proceed, we proceed with those changes, or they pull a plug on the project. So very important. I've seen this happen before, and there's always some confusion about, do we include VAT or do we not? Please make sure you include VAT. Just think about, include whatever is going to be in your bank account. So likely in your bank account, you're going to pay the full amount of VAT. So make sure that when you budget, you pay for the full amount. You budget for the full amount. And that is really just an overview of the finance side. I just want to stop now and find out if there's any further questions before I close off.
Yes, Tabiso, there is one question that came about, please explain match funding, but I think it's not quite clear what needed to be, but let me maybe just explain on that. As we did indicate in our briefing session, the Jobs Fund operates under Challenge Fund principles. And one of the key aspects on the Jobs Fund principle is the issue of match funding, meaning that we must co-fund those in activities, initiatives that are going to create jobs. So the match funding basically means if you require a 1 rand from the Jobs Fund, if you have a profit, you must also be able to put in at least, like Lionel said, at least 1 rand for that 1 rand you are asking from us. If you are not for a profit, if you are requiring 1 rand, you must be able to put at least 50 cents for it. So it is the money, the cash that we are then, the Jobs Fund and the partners are then going to put in a pot, and that money is what is then used to implement the project. So Jobs Fund put in a grant, then the applicant will put in the matched funding. So that's basically the match funding. So we're not clear whether it was about definition or not, which is not clear, but we've tried to explain. There is a comment, I'm not sure whether maybe Ben has answered it or Or you can, it's about VAT. If we are successful, will we pay VAT or any form of tax on the grant money paid out? I'm just checking if that has been responded to. But maybe you can. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So yeah, I was busy typing. Yeah. So the Jobs Fund grant does not attract VAT, i.e., yes, when you give it to it, it's VAT inclusive, and you're always in a VAT negative, i.e., that's where we also target for VAT refunds. So you don't pay VAT on it because you're not raising an invoice. But that's actually the answer. But you also say any form of tax, you might be liable for pay as you earn, and also depending on your income, you might also be liable for corporation tax. Yeah, but there's not VAT.
Thank you very much, Ben. There is also a question on the match funding to say I might be a lead applicant and I don't have match fund. Can I bring in someone? Can I be a loan? Yes, match funding can be in the form of a loan. And yes, you can bring any other funders to support yourself. But as we did indicate, we'll always look at the issue of is there any potential double dipping and so forth. But in far as the source of match funding, it can come from any other partners that you have, and it can be loan, yes. Okay, I think that covers all. Tabiso?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Look at question at 1424 from Sinapolo. I think it's an important one to respond to, because that means that the projects are long in implementation already.
Okay, just look at 1424. Okay, thank you. With the approval process taking up to 9 months, how does it work with match funding for a project that will start before your approval process? Does that mean you will only match the amount that is not spent by the time the jobs fund is done with the approval process, or you need funding period to the start of the same? Do you want to respond to that, Tabitha?
Yes, thank you, sir. So you remember back in the example when we started speaking about the implementation period, I had mentioned that any costs that you pay before that will not be recognized. So similarly, in your case, you may then receive your match funding earlier. And what has happened in other cases is then the applicant goes ahead and then starts, doing activities, which is great because it means by the time you start, you already got a head start. But the money that you spend before your project start date will not be recognized as match funding. So if, for example, in here we've got 10 million and you spend 2 million of that before, that means the match funding that you only have available is actually going to be 8 million. All right, so noting that, and of course, if that's your only match funding that you expect, if that's going to be your match funding, then it means that now you have to reduce, because we are only going to put in, if it's a 1-to-1, 8 million for that 8 million. But yes, just be wary that any cost that you incur before that, you can't then say, no, I'd like these to be recognized as match funding. We only start recognizing what you deposit into the bank account as from the project start date. Thank you. I don't know if my colleagues want to add on to that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. There's another comment which says, can match funding loans come from DBSA, CFA, ADB? Yes, the answer is yes. The match funding can come as loans from other funders. We always, obviously, like I said, do assess what is the impact of that loan on the project, but match funding can come from those funders, and we'll do the tests as we indicated before. Yes. Okay, is there anything else that has not been responded to? I think we have caught up with that. Are you done, Tabiso?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Tabiso. So I think what we've seen now, we've seen from Zamile talking about the activities and what is the importance of the assumptions. Then Tabiso came in now to look at how then do you cost each of those activities, because it is very, very important. When you are implementing, you hear your team says we do allow the project, or we do expect the project to accelerate implementation. So what you accelerate are those activities which ensure that we bring the jobs much earlier. So it is important, therefore, we have those activities clearly laid out. We have those assumptions clearly laid out, so that if there is a challenge later on or there's a problem, we can go back and see, oh, so what changed in the theory of change? Where we're supposed to take us in this direction, we are now going there. What has changed? Then we can then begin and to look at those. So it's very important to ensure that we have a logical flow from the activities to the cost and the assumptions. Ladies and gentlemen, I now bring in Helena, who is going to cover the grant agreement and also the issue of the due diligence, the importance of the documents that we require, and the contracting process. Helena, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long day and lots of questions and lots of information that has been covered already. So please bear with us for a little while longer. We are not far from being finished, but this is an important session. Just for bandwidth purposes, I'm going to switch off my camera. So you would have seen we spoke about the due diligence checklist earlier. So this has been uploaded on the GMS. It's also available on our website, and it's important that applicants respond to all the questions and submit all the required information. And we will explain in a moment what is needed. Annex 1 to the grant agreement contains the standard terms and conditions. Should your application be successful, we will contract with you on it as it is. No changes will be made to it. Furthermore, take note that Annexes 1 to 10 to the grant agreement must also be completed and signed by the successful applicants so that contracting be completed. So for the Jobs Fund team to conduct its due diligence and verification on the information that you submitted during application, we would need the following. We would need the details of the contracting parties. So who's going to be the lead applicant? Are you going to have implementing partners? Are you going to have a technical partner that's going to assist with the technical part of your project? So we need that information. Then furthermore, what type of organization is the lead applicant? Is it a private company? Is it a non-profit company? Is it an NGO? Is it a trust? So the FICO documentation is very important. We would need the personal information of the key personnel who will be implementing a project should it be successful. So you must please provide us with copies of their IDs, passport, and proof of residence. This will enable us to conduct background and credit checks. We would need the names and details of the directors in the case of a company. If it's a trust, we would need the details of the trustees. Furthermore, please upload a recent tax compliance status report and not just the PIN. And this is required because we are obligated to comply with the Public Finance Management Act. You will also see that there's a request for audited and reviewed financial statements for the last 2 years. Then furthermore, your institutional and partnership arrangements. Who will be your partners? Who will assist you with implementing the projects? Do you already have a memorandum of agreement in place? Do you have service level agreements in place? Please upload that. We also would need to see your project organogram. We would need to see who's the project manager, who's going to do the finances, who's going to do the reporting, who's going to verify the information and upload it on GMS. They're very important as well. Please submit your CVs for your key personnel. We need to assess that they have the necessary capacity and experience to implement the project. Then furthermore, any agreements that you have with service providers that will be utilized during the implementation of the project that we would also need. Please go to the next slide. Then we will need to see, do you have the necessary governance and controls in place? What are your governance structures? Do you have a board? Do you have trustees? Do you have different committees that will monitor the implementation of the project? For example, a project steering committee. If yes, you should please provide the terms of reference for this committee. We'll also verify whether you have a risk management policy in place. Do you have a financial management policy in place? And this is to satisfy us that you have adequate financial controls in place because the grant funding is public funding. Then the other question that's very important in these days, in the times that we are living in, is cybersecurity. We will need to verify whether you have adequate systems and policies in place to protect information. Furthermore, it's important to note that we comply with the POPI Act, and we also request your organization's compliance with it. We also request your BBBE affidavit or certificate, or you should indicate to us that you're undergoing verification. Then with the project model or the project funding model, we would need to view the selection criteria to identify and select the beneficiaries. We also need to know how is the funding going to flow in your project. So you can submit that to us in the form of a diagram. Then also, we spoke about match funding quite a lot now during the BISA session. Will you or organization be providing the match funding yourself, or do you have outside match funding partners? We'd need to see the match funding agreements and financial statements of your partners to verify whether they have the financial capability to provide the match funding for this project. If your organization is going to supply the match funding itself, then we would need a board resolution where you indicate your commitment to provide match funding to the project. If your organization is a trust, then we would need a trustees resolution. If you are using other public funding as match funding, you must please submit evidence that you may utilize that funding for this project. But you must also ensure that this will not lead to double dipping of government funding. Then when we get to monitoring and evaluation, do you have a proper monitoring and reporting system in place so that you complete your reports to the Jobs Fund on a quarterly basis, should your project be approved? And this is also important that you must submit. Zamila spoke about the means of verifications in the ABC PIMP. So we would need the templates for those means of verification. If one of the means of verifications is draft employment contracts, we would need that. We would need draft training agreements. If it's an on-lending project, we would need to see the draft loan agreements. Next slide, please. Then what are the legal requirements? Please submit your recent CIPC documentation. So please not submit something when your company was registered in 2012. Please submit recent so that we can see who is the directors of the companies, what directors have resigned, is the company still in business. If it's a trust, we would need the trust deed and the letters of authority as issued by the master's office, if your organization is a trust. If you are required to register with the National Credit Regulator, then you would need to see proof of your NCR registration. If you are exempted from registering, we would need a letter from the NCR stating that. Then furthermore, if there are any regulatory approvals or licenses, should your project model require it? Then also, is there any material contracts that will be required to implement the project? For example, are you going to use outside training service providers to provide training for your beneficiary? Is that a part of the project model? Then very important when you get to litigation on contingent liabilities, has a judgment been granted against the lead applicant and or any of the implementing partners in the past 2 years? We will conduct credit checks to verify whether any credit-related judgments have been granted against trustees or directors or key personnel. Then you need to inform us, do you have any pending litigation against the organization? Do you have any outstanding issues related to non-compliance with the law? Next slide, please. Then we get to the grant agreement. So there are some very important grant agreement clauses. So we spoke about the grant funding and the match funding clauses. The principle is that the match funding must be deposited into the newly created project bank account before the grant disbursement will be processed, subject to all the subsequent disbursement conditions being met. We will request successful applicants to sign Annex 9. This is whereby the applicant undertakes to implement effective, efficient, and transparent financial management, risk management, and have the necessary internal financial controls in place. And this is required in accordance with Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act. There are also the project indicators that will be included in the grant agreement. These are the indicators that will be included in your ABC PIMP for your project, and you can also refer to Annex 7 of the term sheet, where these indicators are explained in more detail. As already indicated, your organization will be expected to open a new dedicated ring-fence project bank account, and all transactions must take place from this account. Both match funding and grant funding will be deposited into this project bank account. Then there are different types of disbursements. We spoke a bit about an advanced disbursement. So this will be to kickstart the project, but this will only be made available to the project once all the CPs for the advanced disbursement have been met. Then the quarterly disbursements, when your organization reports to the Jobs Fund on a quarterly basis, this evidence will be verified. And should your organization meet the quarterly subsequent disbursement conditions, a disbursement will be made to your organization. There's also in certain instances where we can withhold grant disbursements, but this will be governed by the provisions in the grant agreement. Then there may also be reimbursements of project funds, and this is where grant funding has not been utilized in accordance with the provisions contained in the grant agreement and the ABC PIMP. And in that instance, the Jobs Fund may request that the applicant reimburses it that amount of grant funding not properly utilized. But we always encourage applicants and then our successful applicants to please utilize the grant funding as it is approved in the ABC PIMP and in the grant agreement. Next slide, please. Then what are your reporting obligations? In the grant agreement, there's quarterly subsequent disbursement conditions that must be met every quarter. Examples of what must be submitted is a tax compliance status report, 100% financial evidence, so that would be bank statements, invoices, 100% evidence of all the program indicators. But these conditions will differ from project to project depending on the approved project model. There's also different types of reports. There's an annual project audit report, there's a formative evaluation report, there's a self-evaluation report, and there's other reports as may be to agree to with the Jobs Fund in the grant agreement. Should your project model entail that assets be purchased for the project, like laptops, then an asset register must be kept. And it's important to take note that these assets will be verified during the physical site visits that takes place on a quarterly basis. And in certain circumstances, the grant agreement stipulates how a project may be terminated prior to its natural ending date. There's also a detailed dispute resolution process contained in the grant agreement. And it's very important that you include your contact details of your key personnel. We needed to contact you during the due diligence process, and you must please inform us when those details change. We will also require your organization to sign Annex 7. This is an undertaking that your organization shall comply with the provisions contained in the Protection of Personal Information Act. It's important to note that should your project have implementing partners, that they must also comply with the provisions of the POPI Act. And this is very important when we refer to the means of verification, where, for example, if we require employment contracts, we will also require the copies of the beneficiary's ID documents. Next slide, please. As indicated earlier, should your application be approved by the investment committee, your organization will be informed in writing, and this is formal communication that will be sent via GMS, and this will be sent to the contact details contained in your application form. Should your application be approved, the amount of grant funding that had been approved by the investment committee will be set out. The CPs for signing the grant agreement must be met prior to the signing of the grant agreement, and these will also be stipulated in this approval letter. Annexes 1 to 10 of the grant agreement must also be signed. We just remind you that the turnaround times to comment on the draft grant agreement and ABC PIMP will also be set out in this approval letter, and it's very stringent timelines, and that's very short turnaround times. There will also be a contracting deadline indicated in this approval letter, and that is by when the grant agreement must be signed by both parties. Once all the comments on the grant agreement and the ABC PIMP have been addressed, it will be submitted for approval. Once approved, it will be submitted to you for your signature. Once again, please take note of the turnaround times. Then I stop here. Is there any questions, Xavier, that's not been answered in the chat? I saw a couple of questions coming in that want me to answer now.
Thanks, Helena. No, all the questions that have been raised, the team have covered adequately. There's one that is just popped in now. It says, "Hi, Paul." Okay. For our record, okay, so it's for our record keeping and for future reference, we use a single bank account for all donations. Would it be mandatory to open a separate bank account specifically for the project for which we are applying for through the Jobs Fund?
Yes, should your project be approved, you should open a dedicated ring-fenced project bank account for this project.
Okay, then the next question is, when is the next round? Honestly, our organization is not ready. Unfortunately, at this stage, as the Jobs Fund, we are looking at this GF12. We cannot say at this point in time when will be the next round. But once there is a new round, there is always communication, and we publicize just as we are doing right now. Thank you. Just scrolling down to see if there's anything else that has not been, but I can just cover some of the issues, maybe to summarize what I picked, Helena. What was coming out more was the issue of the double dipping, but this has been explained, and I think double dipping, really, we're talking about getting funding from different sources to fund the same thing. Okay, not complementary thing. You want to fund the same thing with funds from different funders. I think there were also a number of questions about can I implement in less than 3 years? And the response, I'm just sharing this in case other attendees missed it. And the response is yes, you can implement in less than 3 years, provided, of course, you can deliver on the agreed upon targets. Okay. Then I think there was an issue of the, like you mentioned, Helena, that we do communicate via GMS. I think just to remind the attendees the importance to ensure that the correct contact details are on our GMS. Sometimes when letters are sent, you then get a response to say, "Oh no, we never received this." But when we then check, we say, "Oh no, but we sent it to Lionel." And then we thought, "Oh no, but Lionel left." Not Lionel or Lionel from the applicant left about 2 months ago. So our system will send communication to the main contact. So when there's change, it's always very, very important that you communicate with us for updating. I think that's what I could just add, Helena, from what I was picking from the general themes of the question that was coming up. Okay. Yeah, you may proceed, Helena.
Thank you, Xavier. If there's no further questions, let's move on to the next section, please, Paul. So we're just quickly going to talk about the post-training support that's going to be provided by the Jobs Fund team. So during the application process, we will provide support and guidance for the applicants to complete the ABC PIMP, the application on GMS, and how to upload all the required documentation. But it's very important to note, as Amelia also said earlier, please take note that it's your responsibility to complete the ABC PIMP. We will assist you. You can engage us for assistance and guidance, but the Jobs Fund team is not going to complete the ABC PIMP for the applicant. Then also, as said earlier, there's an ABC PIMP masterclass that has been scheduled.
Sorry, on my side. Oh, yeah, okay. This is now moving. It was not moving. Thank you. You can proceed.
There's a ABC PIMP masterclass that has been scheduled for the 15th of May, 2025 at 10 o'clock. So it's this Thursday. Please register for it. The details on our website, and I'm sure that the link will also be posted in the chat. There we will take you through it in more detail. As you can see, the ABC PIMP is very important. This is your rule book for running the project. It includes the budgets, the activities, so it's very important. Once again, a reminder that the application process is closed on the 5th of June at 3 o'clock. The Jobson team will then commence with the appraisals of the application submitted. It's a two-stage application process. And please take note that during the appraisal process, applicants may be contacted by the Jobs Fund team to obtain further information. And this is once again where your cooperation and responsiveness would be appreciated. A delay in information could mean a delay in appraising your project. Then what are we looking for during the appraisal process? The state of readiness of the ABC PIMP, the completeness of the due diligence documentation uploaded, and the strength of the match funding arrangements. And as indicated earlier, due diligence site visits may both physically and virtually be arranged by the JF team, where we'll come to visit you and to see that the organization actually exists, and we can also then answer your questions and gather more information. Key dates for deliverables required during the appraisal process cannot be missed. As I already said, it will result in delays of the appraisal. Then please take note that the support that you receive from the Jobs Fund project team doesn't guarantee that the Jobs Fund Investment Committee will approve your project. As Najwa indicated at the beginning of the session, the Investment Committee's decision is independent and final. However, we can assure applicants that we are motivated to get your applications approved. Are there any questions, Xavier?
Okay, no, all questions have been responded to. I think maybe just to mention, Helena, you did advise of the upcoming masterclass on the 15th of this month. It is very important if members register. But also what is important is now that we have gone through an example of how to complete an ABC PIMP, members need now, or potential applicants need now, to start practicing or to see how their project can now fit into this. And if you now have specific questions, would encourage you to send them in advance to us, so that when we do the masterclass, we are also able to directly answer your questions. So send us by email once you have gone through your ABC PIMP for your project, and you have challenges and you have comments that you want us to address in the masterclass. Would be grateful if you can send us in advance. But we really urge you now to go and start practicing based on the ABC PIMP that we have just gone through with members now. Anything else, Helena, from your side?
Nothing from my side. I wish all the applicants the best, and this is the process, but we are here to support you. Are there any other questions from any of the other presenters that they want to highlight based on the questions that were posted in the chat?
Okay, I don't see anything else from the presenters. We'll now hand you over to our DDG for the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Xavier, and thank you to all the presenters. But most of all, thank you for all the participants and all the questions. They were coming in fast and furious, and the team really tried very hard to respond to all of them. We'll go through the chat again and see if anything has not been responded to, and then we will update the FAQs on our website and on the Praxis site. It was an amazing session, and it could only be that because of the quality of questions that all of you have put to us. I love Dion's exuberance. Come and join us on Thursday to be an ABC PIMP expert. I also want to take the opportunity to wish you well in your application. We are really trying to make sure that you have the ability to complete these applications. I think from today you would have also seen that it is really difficult. It is, the way in which the fund has been structured, right, is that we complement other government initiatives. Okay, so we don't want to duplicate what other government initiatives or funding, because that doesn't make sense for government, right? How do we all target the same thing? And so one of our criteria around additionality in the jobs fund is really, really important. And I encourage you to look at that criteria. What does additionality mean? Lots of questions around the matched funding, and as Xavier says, around double dipping, VAT and, is VAT exempt and all of that. I think that the most important thing is for you to knuckle down and start completing the application form. Okay, start doing that, and then you will see what your gaps in understanding is, and then write to us and say, listen, I need some help here. I don't understand this. Do not leave it for the last moment. I cannot tell you how often we've been disappointed that when we close the funding round at 3:15, some poor soul will be calling saying, I am still busy. It's a competition, people. And yes, there's a long process that we go through in terms of appraising it and doing the due diligence. But at the end of the day, right, this is public money. And we have to make sure that we allocate the funds to the best ideas, where we have innovation, where we have future sustainability. And we, most of all, right, where we are creating new jobs in our economy. There are so many interventions, so much funding that is targeted at the supply side of the labor market. So we're going to train, we're going to train, we're going to train, right? And especially like we're looking at, funding becoming available for the just energy transition. And my question is, well, who are the employers that are going to be located in those sites? That's what we want to know. And if we're going to be training people and reskilling people, then come to the party and tell me, what are the new value chains, right? Who are the new employers that we are training these people for? We cannot just train for the sake of training. So good luck. It's been a long day, but thank you. I mean, many of you have been absolutely resilient, and we really, really appreciate your participation and enriching this experience for everybody. Take care, and I hope to see you on Thursday. Bye-bye now.